Director of TSTPC, Dr. Mrs. C. Tara, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Sri Dasari Balaya Garu, our Regional Passport Officer and representative of MEA, Sri Srinivas Rauji, CEO of THUB, and all the other dignitaries on and off the dais, print and press media, our ladies and gentlemen, passport officer and representative of MEA. It's very good afternoon, Sri Srinivas Rauji, and happy welcome to FTCCI iTech Expo and 2023 dignitaries on and off the dais. On behalf of FTCCI, print and press media, I extend my warmest greetings and gratitude to each one of you for sparing your valuable time to join us for this expo. We are also happy to inform you that this is our maiden and first edition. More to come. Expo of FTCCI, in which we are covering innovation and technology, and it is being supported by Government of Telangana and Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Expos are generally created, and this expo is mostly created to make aware of the latest innovation and technologies which are taking place in various sectors, so that all the industries, particularly MSME, can adopt and benefit by modernizing their operation, thereby reducing their cost and become more efficient. I thank Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu and other esteemed guests for inaugurating this expo. I also invite MSME fraternity to go around the expo to have a look at all the products and innovations that are being displayed, and also they can have a B2B meeting with the exhibitors. And I'm happy to inform you also there is a delegation which is coming from Vietnam. 14-member delegation is coming from Vietnam. They will be visiting the expo, and already there are more than 100 requests for B2B meetings. I thank all the sponsors and supporting organization for their cooperation and encouraging us for the success of this expo. Last but not the least, I also want to thank Team FTCCI and congratulate and compliment them for organizing this expo. Special thanks to Mr. Varun, our Joint Director, who is in charge of this expo along with his team, and who is well supported by our marketing department headed by Mr. Vishal Chauhan and Mr. Rajesh. He is the person who is on the field and executes all our programs. They have worked hard, and it is their dedication and hard work has resulted in this. So once again, thank you for joining us for this expo.
I now invite Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, for the special address.
A very good afternoon to you all.
Most respected Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, IFS, Mr. Anil Agarwal, Khyati Narwani ji, Suresh Kumar Singhal ji, Mila Jaydev ji, then Dasar Balaya ji, and all other dignitaries who are present here. I'm really thankful for the organizers for inviting me to this program. All of you know that this year 2023 is International Year of Millets, and India is marching from food security to nutritional security. And all of you are aware that most of you are either troubled with blood pressure or sugar or some other ailment, because our lifestyle is so that it is hectic, stressful, and we forgot to eat what our ancestors or our grandparents are used to eat. We are totally dependent on rice, wheat, and other refined flour based items, food items. Even if you look into the most available food products in the market, all are based on the refined flours, which are really not good for health. So, with this background, I try to bring to you that millets are the most nutritious cereal grains, and they're named as nutri-cereals because they're rich in many important nutrients, vitamins, essential elements that are really, really essential for our body. And if you look into the international export market, there is a big market, very, very big market, where there is big demand for organically grown food material and gluten-free material, gluten-free foods. Gluten, that is celiac allergy, people who are suffering with that, they can understand. There is a big international market. So India is having lot of potential because millets are grown here all over the country. Many types of millets are grown and many products are being developed from millets. We at Indian Institute of Millets Research, where I'm serving as the director, we have our own Nutri Hub, the Section 8 company, where we do handholding of entrepreneurs, startups, and there are many products being developed and trainings are given to the people who are interested in coming up with their own employment or entrepreneurs or startups. So we give them training and handhold them and launch their products into the market, and all kinds of trainings are given there. So, if you someone is interested in this gathering, who are interested in taking up millet promotion, there is good fund coming from government, MSME, and many other channels are open for this uh, taking up of exports and developing products and sending abroad based on the millets. So, if you have time and if you are interested, you can visit our institute, Indian Institute of Millets Research, or you can also visit our website. There is another website called NutriHub, which is again dealing with all these millet-based products and technologies. So, thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Really, it would be heartening to see that if there are many millet products and other things here, but the world is going towards millets and there is big market. So I request all of you to kindly look into that and tap that unexplored area and benefit. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, for the special address.
Honorable Minister Sir, Anil Agarwal ji, Vishnu Reddy Garu, Sri Balai Garu, Jati Garu, Jaydev Garu, Satyavati Garu, dignitaries on and off the dais. Today is a particularly memorable day for us at T-Hub because today was the day exactly a year ago we moved into the new premises. So T-Hub was unveiled last year, and yesterday was also a particularly important day because yesterday was MSME day. Right? So two important dates for all of us, and clearly, the two things I wanted to talk about is when we are, the role of T-Hub we are looking at is T-Hub is a ecosystem orchestrator, enabler, facilitator. So when you're thinking of a entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies, you need funding entities, you need media, you need academic institutions, and you need large industry bodies like FTCCI to come together to build a entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I think two things which stand out is the consistent support we received from FTCCI all along. I'm also happy to, I think they announced a new category this year, the Startup Award, the 23rd category. I think it will be a big boost to our startups. Obviously, we believe that many of our startups today are micro entities. They will scale over a period of time to becoming small and then also become medium, right? So I think all the support we are getting from FTCCI by way of, for example, this event, ITEX, is a great opportunity for our startups to get market access, right? So we put together a framework at T-Hub in terms of how we can support our startups. One, of course, is methodology. Second is market access. Third is money. Fourth is mentoring, and so on. So the market access part, which today, many of our startups are here already, I think they'll get a tremendous opportunity for exposure to meet, so many B2B opportunities as well as meet, partners. So thank you for having us here, and look forward to building a very strong ecosystem for scaling our startups with the active support of FTCCI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we also would like to thank T-Hub for all the support that you've extended to our team. I now invite Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affairs and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, for the special address.
Honorable Energy Minister Jagdish Reddy Garu, President FTCC Anil Agarwalu, Vice President Devigala Garu, Srinivas, my colleague Srinivas Garu from T-Hub, Dasri Balay Garu, Regional Passport Officer, Ms. Satyavati from ICAR, and of course Ms. Kathy, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and media colleagues. At the outset, I would like to congratulate FTCCA and bringing this big show in a very short span of, I think, less than 3 months that they have been working on. The exhibition is very impressive. There's no doubt about it, and and it's also good to know that you also have international participation. You've been able to attract and encourage international participation in the first edition itself. It's a matter of pride for everyone. I think a big applause to FTCCA and their entire team. This exhibition also happens to be special because I think this year, from Telangana government perspective, as all you know, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our state formation. And I think this is another area of pride which we should all, acknowledge, because the kind of achievements that government of Telangana has spearheaded is unprecedented in independent India history. It has been across all sectors. It's been holistic. It has been inclusive. There are n number of ways we can showcase our achievement, whether it is agriculture or IT or industry, or for the matter, the main three reasons that inspired Telangana's struggle for an independent state, whether it is water, power, or resources or employment. In all the areas, we have done spectacular achievements. And I think we should be proud of all these achievements, irrespective of whether you belong to Telangana or not, because this has become a role model for the entire country. That's number one. The number two responsibility that we all should take is that we should showcase these achievements. Its time has come where we need to showcase this not just to the rest of the country, but also to the world. Because today you look at the areas that we have shown tremendous progress. I mean, basic thing like water. We are the only state where we have been able to achieve 100% piped water distribution to all households in the country. This is something no other state in independent India has achieved. So from say water to energy, we have and to industry and IT. I think in all areas, it is time that we take pride of our achievements and showcase them. And in that particular context, I think the industry and IT stakeholders who have come together and supported the government in its various endeavors has been tremendous. And of course, industry association like FTCCA have been taking the lead from the beginning. Without their support and without bringing all the stakeholders together, we would have not been in this position. So I'm very glad that you have conceptualized this and also executed in a record short span of time. Today's topic happens to be innovation, and this is another area where again government of Telangana has done some amazing things. Mr. Srinivas, represents one of the biggest achievements that government has done in the innovation ecosystem, creating a world-class infrastructure and also process flows through an institutional framework that spreads from T-Hub to T-Works to V-Hub to RICH to TSIC. So the entire area of innovation from startups and entrepreneurship to social innovation to rural innovation, I think all the areas have been covered, and that shows the kind of forward-looking perspective that government of Telangana has exhibited in terms of promoting job creators rather than job seekers. I think while we have established ourselves as the innovation hub of the country, I think we have to ensure that in the next steps that we take, this innovation percolates across all strata of the society, and the actual benefits I mean, in terms of social impact, are achieved in the coming years. Having said that about innovation, I should also leave with a final thought that innovation is not necessarily related to technology processes or IT processes. I think one area which our Honorable Minister K.T. Ramarao sir repeatedly says is the 3I mantra, which inspires the government of Telangana, is innovation, infrastructure, and inclusive growth. I think when he says about innovation, it's not just about technology or industry innovation. It's also about how governance is also innovates. The classic example here, and where I represent the industries department, is the kind of transformational policy that we have taken in terms of supporting the industry through the policy called TS-IPAS, which is one of the best and well demonstrated single window system in the country, which assures the right, which bestows the right on the industry to start its operations from day one without any permissions that are required from the government. I think so. Innovation is essential not just for industry but all spheres of socio-economic activity, and that is an imperative for the next generation also, because unless we inculcate that innovative thinking in our day-to-day work, whether it is education or whether it is employment or whether it is industry or IT, I think we cannot reach the ultimate goal of making Telangana and making India as a knowledge economy. I think to reach that ultimate target, I think innovation becomes the crux for everyone. And today's exposition, which showcase innovation across multiple sectors, we've seen many stalls. Minister Garu was very patient to go through all the stalls. So you could see the innovation from packaging to food processing to logistics to electronics everywhere. I mean, we've seen that, but I think more and more innovation should happen. While startups and next generation entrepreneurship will help us achieve that, even the traditional industries should also spend more energies and more efforts in incorporating R&D and trying to compete not with their counterparts in India, but try to compete with counterparts from abroad, so that slowly but steadily we become integral to global supply chains and we achieve the ultimate objective of making Telangana an industrialized economy, a knowledge economy, and achieve, as our Chief Minister says, Bangaru Telangana. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and wish you all success to organizers and to all the participants who are attending this expo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and also the reassurance and for the support of Government of Telangana towards the FTCCI. I now invite Mr. Dasraya Balaya, IFS Regional Passport Officer and also the representative of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India.
Good morning all, and good morning sir, the guests on the dais and the guests in the audience. It is a great day in the history of Telangana, the first ever industrial exhibition on the part of the FTCCI being conducted here. And we all know, we are all celebrating the 10 glorious years of Telangana formation, and Telangana as a state achieved so many great things, and we as a passport office Telangana, we are also making so many inventions so that we can meet the requirement of the Telangana people. And whenever any industry, especially from this MSME sector or any small scale industry people comes to us, we all cooperating with them and giving the best possible efforts. So to match the progress of Telangana state, we from the MBA side are scaling up our operations, and we are trying to match the development and aspirations of Telangana people here. So in this process, Saturdays we started working so that the ever increasing demand post this Corona break, we have been extending our operations on Saturdays, and in the RPO Secunderabad also we opened one a special counter for the daily dealing with the people. So to match with the aspirations of Telangana, we are also making our best possible efforts. And on this maiden industrial exhibition, I congratulate FTCCI and I thank all the people here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and also the support towards the FTCCI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the keynote address by Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana.
FTCCI ప్రారంభించిన ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్కి అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న ప్రెసిడెంట్ అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ జయదేవ్ గారు, ఇతర గెస్టులు శ్రీనివాస్ మాంకాలి గారు, సత్యవతి గారు, సురేష్ గారు, విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు, బాలయ్య గారు, ప్రోగ్రాం మొత్తం కూడా కండక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్న ఖ్యాతి గారు, కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న అందరికీ నా నమస్కారాలు. ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ పెట్టే ఆలోచన ఒక మంచి ఆలోచన. కొత్త వాళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడానికి, కొత్తగా ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ అలవాటు చేయడానికి ఇది ఎంతో ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించిన FTCCIకి నేను అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ, వాస్తవానికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, అన్ని రంగాల్లో వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, దానికి సంబంధించిన ఫలితాలు ప్రజలకు అందించడంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేస్తున్న కృషి, భారతదేశంలో అత్యంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న రాష్ట్రంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం నిలబడింది అనే విషయంలో ఏం సందేహం లేదు. కేవలం 9 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలోనే 90 సంవత్సరాల అభివృద్ధిని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం సాధించింది అంటే అది తప్పకుండా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క విజన్, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క కృషి, పట్టుదల. విష్ణు గారు చాలా విషయాన్ని ప్రస్తావించారు. అదేవిధంగా మిత్రులు కూడా చాలా విషయాలు ప్రస్తావించారు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఇండస్ట్రీస్ సంబంధించి భారతదేశంలో ఎక్కడ కూడా ఎవరి ఊహకందంత వేగంగా తెలంగాణలో, హైదరాబాద్లో ఇవాళ ఇండస్ట్రీ విస్తరిస్తుంది అంటే దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం మన తెలంగాణ ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ కేటీఆర్ గారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు ఇండస్ట్రీ మినిస్టర్గా, ఐటీ మినిస్టర్గా తీసుకోవడం అనేది నిజంగా కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలందరి అదృష్టంగా మనం భావించవచ్చు. ఇవాళ టీ హబ్ కావచ్చు, వి హబ్ కావచ్చు, మనం తీసుకొచ్చిన ఐపాస్ కావచ్చు, అనేక అద్భుతాలను సృష్టిస్తాము. కొత్త కొత్త యువత బ్రహ్మాండంగా, ధైర్యంగా ముందుకు వస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు తనకున్న పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని, తనకున్న అనుభవాన్ని ఇతర దేశాలలో తను చూసి వచ్చి నేర్చుకొని వచ్చిన ప్రతి అక్షరాన్ని ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ అమలు చేస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకి దాని ఫలితాలు ఎట్లా అందించాలని చెప్పి చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ ఇంత మంచి ఫలితాలు ఇస్తూ ఉంది. నిజంగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత తొందరగా అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతుందని ఎవరు కూడా ఊహించలేదు, ఎవరు అనుకోలేదు. ప్రత్యేకించి విద్యుత్ రంగంలో వచ్చిన అభివృద్ధి, దానికి తోడుగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు స్వయంగా ఆలోచించి తీసుకొచ్చిన ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ, వీటిని ప్రపంచంలో మార్కెట్ చేయడంలో కేటీఆర్ గారు చూపించిన చొరవ, కేటీఆర్ గారు చేసిన ప్రయత్నం, ఇవాళ వాటన్నిటి ఫలితంగా మనం ఈ స్థితిలోకి వచ్చినాం. ఇప్పటి కూడా భారతదేశంలో ఇంకా అనేక రాష్ట్రాలలో మనం విద్యుత్ కోతలు చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. పారిశ్రామిక రంగానికి కూడా ఇంకా పవర్ హాలిడేలు ఇస్తున్న సందర్భాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మనం మంచినీళ్ళ కొరకు ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్న విషయాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇక పరిశ్రమల కనుక వెళ్ళి అక్కడ లేదు, తాగడానికి మంచినీళ్ళు దొరకని పరిస్థితి ఉంది చాలా రాష్ట్రాలలో. అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు అట్లా ఉండగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ముందుకు పోతుంది. ప్రత్యేకించి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన తీసుకున్న చర్యలు, ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన పెట్టిన శ్రద్ధ ఇవాళ తెలంగాణను వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో కూడా భారతదేశంలో నెంబర్ 1 రాష్ట్రంగా నిలబెట్టింది. ప్రత్యేకించి సత్యవతి గారు మిల్లెట్స్ సంబంధించి ఎవరైనా ముందుకు వస్తే బాగుంటుంది అంటున్నారు. నేనే రావాలనుకుంటున్నాను. మీ ఒకసారి మీకు దగ్గరికి వచ్చి సందర్శించాలి. ఐ వాంట్ టు విజిట్ యువర్ ఆఫీస్. ఎందుకంటే మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడంలో తెలంగాణ నెంబర్ 1. అసలు ఒకప్పుడు మనం పండించినంత మిల్లెట్సే. పత్తి రాకముందు తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కడ చూసినా అవి కనిపించేది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు అవి మాయమైపోయినాయి. పత్తి వరి వచ్చింది. మనం ఆరోగ్యానికి సంబంధించి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు వస్తాయో చూస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ చూసిన చాలా ప్రొడక్ట్స్ కొత్తవి కూడా చాలా చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ప్రత్యేకంగా ఆహారం తీసుకునేది ఆరోగ్యం కొరకు, కానీ మనం తీసుకుంటున్న చాలా రకాల ఆహారం ఆరోగ్యాన్ని చెడగొడుతూ ఉంది. మళ్ళీ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని బాగు చేసుకోవడం కొరకు మందులతో పాటు మళ్ళీ ఆహారాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటున్నాం. సో మరి తప్పకుండా మిల్లెట్స్ను పండించడానికి, ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువ అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి తప్పకుండా ఆ అవకాశం తీసుకొని, అయితే ప్రత్యేకంగా నేను FTCCIకి నాకు ఒక విజ్ఞప్తి. ఇది కేవలం ఇటువంటి ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ హైదరాబాద్లో కాకుండా జిల్లా కేంద్రాలలో కూడా పెడితే బాగుంటుంది. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ వెళ్ళాలి మనం అక్కడ. ఎందుకంటే తెలంగాణలో ఇవాళ మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో కూడా ఇవాళ ఏ గ్రామానికి వెళ్ళినా, మీరు ఏ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ ఓపెన్ చేసినా తప్పకుండా లక్ష పైనే ఇవాళ డిపాజిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు అప్పు కొరకు ఎదురు చూసే తెలంగాణ రైతాంగం ఇవాళ ఇంకొకరికి అప్పిచ్చే దశకు వచ్చాను. గ్రామాలలో మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు మాకు తెలంగాణలో ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ తక్కువ. మేము వచ్చిన డబ్బును అయితే భూమి కొనడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇల్లు కట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇంకొక రకంగా ఖర్చు పెట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. కానీ దీని నుంచి ఇంకా మనీ ప్రొడక్ట్ చేయొచ్చని, మనం కూడా ఒక పరిశ్రమ పెట్టొచ్చని, అది ఎక్కడ ప్రారంభం చేయాలని ఆలోచన కొంచెం తక్కువ వెనుకబడి ఉంటుంది తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో. కానీ వాళ్ళు తప్పకుండా మనం టీ హబ్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, ఇతర ఇవాళ మనం పర్టికులర్గా మీరు MSME నుంచి ఏదైతే తీసుకుంటున్నారో ఈ కార్యక్రమం, ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమం తప్పకుండా జిల్లా స్థాయికి తీసుకురావాలి. ఇవాళ ఇక్కడైతే కేసీఆర్ గారు, కేటీఆర్ గారు ఎంతైతే రాత్రి పగలు శ్రమ చేసి కొత్త రంగాల్లో అభివృద్ధికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, కొత్త ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, వీటన్నిటినీ ప్రజలకు అందించాలంటే, ప్రజల నుండి మనం ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలంటే, ఇవాళ యువత వేలాది మంది అనేక రకాల గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్లు పూర్తి చేసి ఉన్నారు. అది కేవలం వాళ్ళు ఏదో ఉద్యోగం వైపే చూసే అవసరం లేకుండా తప్పకుండా అనేక రకాల అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయనే విషయాన్ని వాళ్ళ ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయి వాళ్ళని ఈ రంగంలోకి ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలోకి తీసుకురాగలిగితే రెండు రకాల ఉపయోగం ఉంటుంది. ఒకవైపు గ్రామాలలో వస్తున్న ఆర్థిక ప్రగతి ఏదైతే ఉందో, చేపలు ఇవాళ వరి వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తులు, చేపలు, మాంసం ఉత్పత్తి, పాల ఉత్పత్తి అన్ని కూడా పోటీపడి అభివృద్ధిలోకి వస్తున్నాయి. వీటన్నింటినీ కూడా వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ మార్చడానికి మనకి ఇంకా ఇతర ఇంపోర్ట్స్ కు సంబంధించిన అన్ని అవకాశాలను మెరుగుపరచుకోవడానికి మన తెలంగాణలో అనేక అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. కాబట్టి వాటిని గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలకు కూడా విస్తరించడానికి, గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉండే యువతకి ఆ అవకాశాలను కల్పించడానికి తప్పకుండా ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ ప్రయత్నం చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటూ, మరి ఈరోజు ఇక్కడికి నన్ను పిలిచి ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రారంభం చేయడానికి నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ కార్యవర్గ సభ్యులందరూ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు. జై తెలంగాణ, జై భారత్.
Sir, already we have reached districts and towns of Telangana. We have organized few programs on women entrepreneurship, exim programs, export-import management programs. So definitely we'll take your suggestion to reach to other cities, and regarding the expo also, mini expo we can organize in these tier 2, tier 3 cities of Telangana. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our chief guest for such an inspiring work, and of course, Federation will take forward all the points that you have given it to us, sir. I now invite Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President of FTCCI, to present a memento to our chief guest. I request President to present a memento that is being prepared by one of our partners, Standard Kitchen, to all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you. I invite Senior Vice President to propose the vote of thanks.
వెరీ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ టు ఆల్. ప్రప్రదంగా ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐకి మాకు స్పాన్సర్ చేసిన వాళ్ళందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ప్రత్యేకంగా మంత్రి గారు జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు పవర్ వెళ్ళెళ్ళగానే ఇమ్మటే ఓకే చేయదే వచ్చేస్తానన్నారు. చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ సార్ నా ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐ తరఫున. అండ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మొత్తం అరేంజ్ చేసిన ఖ్యాతి గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, సీనియర్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ సురేష్ కుమార్ గారికి, అండ్ సత్యవతి గారి స్పీచ్ చాలా వండర్ఫుల్గా ఉన్నది. మినిస్టర్ గారు అన్నట్టు ప్రతి గ్రామాల్లో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే ప్రపంచానికే ఎగుమతి చేసే స్థాయికి మన తెలంగాణ ఎదుగుతాము. అప్పుడు అన్ని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మ్యాక్సిమం మిల్లెట్స్ తోని మనం చేయొచ్చు. ప్రపంచంలో అందరూ మిల్లెట్స్ వాడటం మొదలుపెట్టారు. మనం కూడా మీరు ఇంకా ప్రోత్సహించి గ్రామాలలో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే అందరికీ ఇదవుతుందండి. అండ్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, టీ హబ్ సిఇఓ గారు, అందరూ కంప్యూటర్స్ కావాలంటున్నారు. దాంట్లో ఎవరైనా కానీ ఇన్వెస్ట్ లేకున్నా కానీ ఆర్థికంగా తక్కువ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా దాంట్లో ఏమైనా కొత్త ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 1 సీటు నుంచి 50 సీట్ల వరకు వారు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఆఫీస్ అవసరం లేదు, అన్నీ వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు. 20,000 ఒక కుర్చీకి, కాఫీ, టీలు అన్నీ ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళు. అది తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే కొత్తగా స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైనా నలుగురు కలిసి పెట్టుకోవాలనుకున్నా కానీ వాళ్ళు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇది కేటీ రామారావు గారు అరేంజ్ చేశారు. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. మేము 3 times విజిట్ చేశాము. ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఒక్కొక్క ప్లేస్ చూపిస్తుంటారు సార్. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ బాలయ్య గారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్ మార్కెట్లో ఎవరైతే ఎక్కువ కావాలంటారో ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో ఎవ్వరు లేని ప్లేస్లో మన తెలంగాణలో శనివారం రోజు పనిచేసే కల్పించిన ఏకైక వ్యక్తి బాలయ్య గారు. ఎక్కడైతే ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇమ్మటే వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తున్నారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్. అది మామూలు మాటలు కాదు. 2 నెలలు బ్యాక్లాగ్ నడుస్తుంది. అయినా కానీ ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉంటే అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ అది కనుక కరెక్ట్ అనిపిస్తే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ నెక్స్ట్ డే మార్నింగ్కే ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. చాలా థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు అయితే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ప్రమోషన్ అయితే ఇక బాగా చేస్తున్నారు. మాకు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ కానీ వాటికి కానీ ఎవరికి కానీ ఎంత హెల్ప్ కావాలంటే అంత హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. వీటన్నిటికంటే ఎక్కువ ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి పవర్ 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి పవర్ అనేది ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. అంతకుముందు మేము ఎవ్రీడే ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ వచ్చేది. ఓన్లీ జనరేటర్స్కి ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ పడుతుందంటే మీరు ఆలోచించండి ఎంత ఖర్చు అవుతుందో. అలాంటిది 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మేము ఒక్క డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ కూడా కరెంటు కోసం కొనలేదు. అది చాలా చాలా గ్రేట్ఫుల్, వండర్ఫుల్ అనమాట. మనకు అది సమ్మర్లో 3 నెలలు కరెంట్ లేకపోతే మా ఫ్యాక్టరీ బంద్ ఉంటే పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పైపులు వచ్చి అలవాటు అయిపోయి ఆ కంపెనీలే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టాయి. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉన్నదనేది తెలియకపోయేది. ఇదివరకు పవర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మేము సప్లైస్ ఫుల్ చేశాము. ఎప్పుడైతే మా సప్లైస్ తగ్గాయో పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అమ్మారు. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉందని వచ్చారు. తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ మంచి ప్రోత్సాహకరము, పవర్, అన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్నీ సాల్వ్ అయినాయి. జయశ్రీ రెడ్డి గారు చేసిన కృషి, ఎవరికి ప్రతి ఇంటికి కరెంట్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు లేకుండా ప్రాబ్లం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది. జనరేటర్ వాళ్ళు ప్లస్ యూపీఎస్ బ్యాటరీస్ అమ్ముకునే వాళ్ళు సార్ని ఏదో ఒకటి అంటుంటారు, మీరు వచ్చిన తర్వాత మా బిజినెస్ పోయింది సార్ అని. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ నుంచి బయటికి తీసుకొచ్చిన జయశ్రీ రెడ్డి గారికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. I thank you very much total staff of FTCCA. Since 3 months they are doing excellent job for this. Wonderful. This is the just born baby for this exhibition. Born baby అలా ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే నడవలేదు, అటు ఇటు తిరగలేదు, అయినా కానీ ఈ పొజిషన్కి ఖ్యాతి గారు తీసుకొచ్చారంటే చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ వీ విల్ ట్రై అగైన్ హౌ టు వాక్. We will show what we are. And thank you very much for all organizing this, all the stall holders. Excellent, you will have the good business and everything. Thank you very much.
Our innovation in Greenco is driven at the top. We are able to provide 24/7 electricity at a cost comparable to a new coal-based power plant in India. The concept has always been there. Okay, it's a very old concept. It has been used in California and many other countries quite a lot. But using it in this context to decarbonize the grid, decarbonize the electricity is for the first time.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the High-Tech's exhibition ground where we are at the day 3 of the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. Last 2 days has been quite exciting with a number of people coming in. You know, the exhibitors have benefited from various connects. Today I have with me a very special guest, Dr. Ram Babu, who specializes in sustainability, and he has got vast experience of 16 years in the sector. Currently, he's the advisor to Greenco Group, and also he's been the chairman for Forum for Sustainable Enterprise. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Dr. Ram Babu Garu, let's start with understanding what Greenco Group is all about. We understand it with the name that Greenco means related to sustainability, but I would like you to throw light on what are the areas, what things you do as a company, as a group.
Yeah, our founders, Anil and Mahesh, about 15 years ago, came from Europe to India to explore the opportunities for environmentally benign technologies adoption. And they first looked at biomass utilization for generation of power, then later looked into the complete scope of renewable energy, And by 2018-19, we already had 7.5 gigawatt of operating renewable energy assets in India at different sites all over India. So we had hydro, we had solar, we had wind energy assets operating, and total capacity of these assets is around 7.5 gigawatt. We've grown organically and also inorganically. But we know one thing, that in India, if you want to power the country and its growth with renewables, it's extremely important to have energy storage, because renewables are variable. They generate power when the sun is there and when wind is there, or when the water is flowing. And the demand can be at a different time altogether. May it be industrial demand, may it be demand for residential activity or commercial activity.
And even location-wise, it might be different. Probably the generation might be in Himachal, but the demand might be in Mumbai or Telangana.
Absolutely. And that is the reason why, as the renewable energy share in the grid increases, grid gets into a problem because it cannot manage this renewable energy. Because grid has to supply power when the demand is there, and this guy puts in power when he generates the renewable energy. So it was extremely important for our country to develop energy storage, and we started our company, energy storage technologies, multiple energy storage technologies. They could be simple lithium-ion batteries to various other technologies. And after a significant amount of exploration, they zeroed in on some technology that is scalable and can be done in India within its own resources, using the local skills. These are called pumped hydro storage, and they can be at a very large scale. In fact, near Kurnool, we are building 1.5 gigawatt of energy storage, pumped energy hydro storage capacity in India. And in India, you can build this gigawatt scale storages basically because, just like you could build gigawatt scale renewable energy power plants, our grid is quite integrated. We have an all India grid. That
When you say our, you're talking about Greenco grid.
No, Indian.
Indian. Okay.
Indian grid.
Indian. Okay.
Since Indian grid is completely spread all over the country, okay, and it's very well integrated, I can produce renewable energy at a point and have my renewable energy stored in a pumped storage about 1,000 kilometers away. And my demand point could be in another 1,000 kilometers away, okay, where I can serve the demand. So basically, a wind energy generated, let's say in Rajasthan, can be used somewhere in Chennai, just because you have that kind of, the grid is well connected. Absolutely.
And as Greenco, what the value add you're bringing to this whole, the grid existing and the demand is the fact that you have energy storage, which is your core, right?
Yeah. And the intelligent energy platform, okay, which will be able to understand where is the demand, where is the storage, and where is the generator. After all, when I actually implement the system, I will not have one generator.
Yes.
I will have multiple generators. I will have one storage point and possibly multiple demand points. So this intelligent energy, renewable energy platform will be able to actually allocate, okay, the resources, generating resources to the demand side resources, to the storage resources.
Okay.
And we are building multiple storage resources, not just in one in Pinnapuram, but at least a few more such projects are coming all over India.
So just to talk a little bit more about the storage, is my understanding correct that it's very unique that you have built, which is not just relevant to the technology, and the concept is coming out of India, emerging from India itself. Is my understanding right?
The concept has always been there. Okay, it's a very old concept. It has been used in California and many other countries quite a lot. But using it in this context to decarbonize the grid, decarbonize the electricity is for the first time. And using it in a context of integrated grid, national level integrated grid, is quite a good concept. And also out of this, we are able to provide 24/7 electricity at a cost comparable to a new coal-based power plant in India. That means we are providing renewable energy when you want renewable energy, not when I produce renewable energy. When you want renewable energy, I can give you renewable energy at a cost
Which is from a coal-based.
which is like a new coal-based power plant in India. So we are almost come to a situation because of the Green Coast innovation that there is no reason, no financial and economic reason to actually India to pursue new coal-based power plants.
And that adds to that kind of helps India achieve its emission
Paris Climate Agreement goals.
So that's quite interesting, and I would like to understand a little more about the Greenco's in-house innovation culture and what do you have, because that would be of interest to a lot of students who are there here. They would be able to connect with it. So if you can talk about the kind of innovation culture you have, plus how much do you invest as a company into innovation, and what's your next coming up?
Our innovation in Greenco is driven at the top. Our both founders, Anil and Mahesh, if you go to their office, most of the time they are talking about or exploring new kind of solution. Okay, it could be actually making green chemicals or making green fuels. They spend, in my opinion, more than 30 to 40% of the time in exploring new decarbonizing options. Okay, I clearly see that on the match to make this pumped hydro storage option, they spent about a year or two exploring, discussing with various experts, etc., and made this option come into fruition. Beyond that, because you have a 24/7 energy, renewable energy, they looked into the electrolyzer. They are considering or actually start making it happen. Local manufacturing of alkaline electrolyzers, which are actually best. They are best working in 24/7 environment, and they are less expensive. Before, they could not be used basically because the power was not 24/7. It was a variable power. The alkaline electrolyzer, which is less expensive, now could be used because I have a cost-effective 24/7 power. And then they have an architecture today. Greenco has an architecture today of producing green hydrogen, possibly at a cost bordering in and about $3 per kg, which is one of the lowest across the globe.
Very commendable.
Since we have that possibility of having the green hydrogen at a optimal cost or a good cost, good price, we are able to get into or consider manufacturing green ammonia. Very soon we will have a 3 million ton capacity of producing green ammonia in India and export it to Europe. And similarly, we have plans for green methanol, green or sustainable aviation fuel. So we are into green fuels and green chemicals because we have a green hydrogen architecture, which is quite cost effective. So if I really look into what is India's decarbonization goals under Paris Agreement and how Greenco can contribute from the business plans that we are implementing today, okay, we can almost contribute to 5% of the India's decarbonization goals under Paris Climate Agreement.
That is substantial impact you're creating for the India's target and then leading to the global one. So what next for Greenco? What's your next vision as a company?
As a company, I think we are definitely wanting to build more and more storage capacities and match that with the renewable energy capacities being built by others or by us. Okay. And then
be able to supply to India's growth, fuel the India's growth with green electricity, which is reliable, affordable, and also clean.
And also you are helping, with Indian forex not
Absolutely.
going out,
Absolutely.
which is very important.
Yeah.
Also, you're also, the Make in India thing is,
Absolutely.
done. So you kind of taking many check boxes out there,
Absolutely.
for the country. Now, one of the things that, you regularly hear about is the skill, human resource. Are there any challenges in that area? And if yes, how's Greenco, addressing it?
We have been, as we grew, we have been facing this challenge of having the adequate skills to support our growth of renewable assets. And we have been internally managing it, and with a lot of efforts, a lot of training, etc., etc. But what more importantly we have done very recently is that we look at the sustainability and decarbonization, energy transition and industrial transformation as a huge opportunity for India's knowledge workforce. So we need to equip ourselves with the skills and the knowledge so that we become the brain power for the global decarbonization and industrial transformation. So we have worked with IIT Hyderabad and founded a school, Greenco School of Sustainability. It will run, to begin with, an MTech program in sustainable engineering and also doctorate programs in sustainable engineering. And subsequently, these will be offered as a minor degrees in BTech in IIT Hyderabad, and it will also be replicated in other engineering colleges. We see that nurturing this talent around sustainable engineering and harnessing this opportunity of knowledge and skills across the globe, this opportunity could be as big or even larger than the IT opportunity that we had for India.
Oh, is that you're thinking? So this will become the next big, employment generator, and also
Absolutely. We look at that. We look at that way. Basically, see, in IT, globally, in the last 3 decades, we were trying to reorganize information. And with decarbonization and industrial transformation, we need to reorganize the way that we produce energy and the way we produce materials. Information is a simpler thing. Reorganizing energy, reorganizing materials will call for much larger change.
it needs to be connected. You need to connect every geography point, isn't it? And that just not as in wind, you're in solar, hydro. So it needs to cover not just the geographical point, but also up in the sky,
as
down.
We go
forward,
our mobility, our transportation systems should be supported by renewable electricity.
Yes.
Our transportation system should be supported by hydrogen or a fuel cell. And our steel has to be green. Our cement has to be green. Maybe we don't produce cement the way that we are producing today. Our chemicals have to be green. Our plastics have to be green. So we cannot net zero transformation by 2050 means the way that we are producing cement, steel, plastics, the cars.
Impacting every part of the industries and manufacturing and life.
And for that, you require new knowledge and skills. Can India become one of the important resources for the globe in this new knowledge and new skills?
And that is where education institutions and industries like you, companies like you have to come together and kind of, roll out that roadmap, isn't it?
That is how the Greenco School at IIT Hyderabad will work. And as you are asking about our innovation investments, we are also investing into various laboratories. We work with CMET to develop recycling technologies. CMET is in Hyderabad. And we also work with various other research institutions to develop various technologies. As I said, at our top level, on a continuous basis, we are exploring what are the new ways of decarbonization and what are the new ways of industrial transformation. So innovation is a very, very important part of it. Okay, we are actually supporting 75 student entrepreneurs. We are conducting at present a competition across the country, and we will select 75 student entrepreneurs by August 15th. That is the 75th year of independence
Yes.
of India, and we will fund those 75 student entrepreneurs. This program is called Build, and it is done along with the IIT Hyderabad's innovation program. So, overall, I am saying innovation is absolutely essential for our business, and we have a good focus on it, and we are working on it.
There are many congratulations on that, sir. And my next question would have been that, how Greenco is working or has plans to work with startups, because a lot of startups are currently in the in the sustainability space. Good to know that you're going to work with students. Any plans of acquiring any startups which are into sustainability, or working with, collaborating with, or offering them access to your labs or innovations so that they can also build solutions and help you in the journey, or you help them in the journey? Any plans on that, sir? With working with Indian startups which are involved in sustainability.
Yeah. As of now, the initiatives that we have taken, I already explained. We are working with the
Students.
innovation system at IIT Hyderabad, which not only does with students but also with entrepreneurs
startups. Okay.
outside, startups outside. And this particular program of 75 student entrepreneurs is only for students.
Only for students.
Only for students. But similarly, we are also working with CMET, developing technologies and transferring those technologies to entrepreneurs, etc. So we have that interest. We know that existing technologies can only go that far.
That far, yes.
And you need to innovate breakthrough innovation and disruptive innovation to be able to do the remaining last mile.
And that comes from the next gen entrepreneurs, isn't it?
Next gen entrepreneurs.
Because they kind of
Absolutely.
think outside the box.
And at the top, again, I want to emphasize, our founders are on a continuous lookout, not only for solutions, but also working with breakthrough solutions coming out of enterprises, startups, etc. Yes, we are in touch with. As and when such ideas come to us, we evaluate and we want to work with that ecosystem.
So, sir, today is the last day, third day of the Industrial Innovation Technology Expo 2023, and this is the premier one, first one organized by FTCCI. How's been your experience? We just walk around.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful, really. I see a lot of enthusiasm, and I also see the exhibitors themselves. And a few of the exhibitors are really wonderful things that they are doing. And there is one entrepreneurial group from IIT Chennai. There is one from T-Works, and many more solutions. I think a lot of enthusiasm. I hope this will continue and grow. And Hyderabad seeming to become a innovation hub as a city. It appears that way.
I think, yes, I agree with you. We have been going to many, we continuously keep covering many startup events and business events, and we can feel that. There's a lot of buzz here, a lot of things happening. Absolutely. People coming. It's kind of becoming a melting pot for everybody.
Absolutely. It is not just
business.
IT.
Yes.
It's not just IT.
It's cutting across sectors.
Cutting across sectors. Yeah. I see that.
Thank you, Dr. Rambabu Garu. Thank you very much for being on our show.
Thank
and
you.
we hope to see you again
Definitely.
sometime soon.
Definitely. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So the latest technology and innovation that's happening. The FTCC and management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And going by what we've seen so far, we witnessed it's been one of the well organized events. and I have with me Kathy Narane, who's the CEO of FTCCI. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, first thoughts, first reaction, first event under your leadership. How do you say it?
Okay, wow. It's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So I think the next 2 days we want to ensure that we have a lot of visitors, a lot of MSMEs who can, participate, interact with the, stall owners. So it's just the beginning. So there's no reaction as of now, but I've asked my team to continue pushing and bringing in as many members as possible.
And it's been a 3 months work, isn't it? And short time, but within that
Short time. It's definitely a very short time because if you look at the FTCCI for one presidential year, we organize around 110 to 120 events in a year. And this is the first time that we've got into an exhibition sector. And definitely FTCCI is not a commercial organization like any other exhibition organizer. So we just a very neutral, not-for-profit organization. However, we have to organize everything on a very sustainable way. And end of the day, the objective is the same: to empower MSMEs for connection, to bring to them the latest technology and innovation that's happening. And the objective was very simple. Definitely, we only had 3 months to work on it, and I think team has done fairly well, and we could have 130 exhibitors and a lot of visitors, as you may see. But the biggest challenge is the feedback, because I think we should be much more open to taking their feedback and what is it and what was lacking and how can we perform, how can we evolve as a better chamber, because end of the day it's all for them. So if we just give them an open ear, I think we'll be able to perform better.
you also had a very good lineup of partners, coming from different segments. You had somebody from the passport, somebody from T-Hub, and they play a key role in FTCCI and the partnership.
Yeah, they do, because I think it's the state government of Telangana has been very, very supportive towards the federation, and they really encourage all the activities that we organize. Usually we go to the industries department, you say Mr. Jayesh Ranjan or Dr. Vishnu Reddy, they're all been very, very supportive to the federation. In fact, before even we start working on any project, we go to them, seek their support, because that's the time when we really think that they'll be able to guide us well. Sometimes when we curate things, we just completely forget about what is it that we need to cater to, so that's how we get connected to the actual industry and then come back. So even from the government or the industry or the startup community or the enterprises, the feedback is very important. One, that is after the event, and one, even before we start curating the event, what are the real-time issues, the challenges, and what is it that we should do? So I think these are two learning lessons that we've been taught, and we're trying to stick to that. So
And now, as MyStartuptv, we are the world's first TV channel dedicated to startups. And I need to ask this question. There is a big push within FTCCI for startups also. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, so this was like probably I would say last year in July was the time. June, July is when the FTCCI management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee, and that's where we have the co-chair of the committee, and of course they have been tying up and signing MOUs with not just T-Hub but series of, I think, other organizations. The whole exercise is, we know, everyone knows that there are specific organization, whether it's state government or private entity, but then from the federation platform, what is it that we can bring on board? And I think Industry Connect is something that we can bring on board. Mentors are something, because we have enterprises who have grown over a period of time, and today they are the big name in the industry. So that's where I think FTCCI again can play a key role. So one, definitely, besides angel investors and all those, which you may find in any other, I think mentorship is one, Industry Connect is the second. And I think also we have our own FTCCI Pokarna Skill Center. So that's also something that we are very, very passionate about. And we would, we organize a lot of mentorship programs, and we would like to see many more startups come up in the future. And if FTCCI can play a small role in that, we'll be very happy.
Going forward, what is the vision or what's your plan of action with FTCCI, both in the expo sector and also, reaching out or outreach?
So, going forward, I think what also we've realized is it's very, very important to calendar all the annual flagship programs of the FTCCI so that we have enough time for the industry connect to bring right partners on board. We are planning an outbound trade delegation to Brazil in the month of October. In the month of January, we would be taking a MSME delegation to Turkey. We also have a lot of inbound trade delegation visiting us. So that's again for the promotion of bilateral trade. In terms of skilling, we have a lot of skill programs planned throughout the year and soft skills, export import management. In fact, I'm very happy to share that yesterday we got an approval from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for conducting 5 export import training programs in districts of Telangana. So that's what I think our president or the whole management is very keen that we extend our services to district level. So that's second. We also have our FTCCI Excellence Award that's being planned. And that's an annual award which is being given to 23 different categories. And in fact, I'm again happy to share that this year for the first time we we always had 22 categories, and this time we thought we will also initiate or establish the 23rd category. And SBI came forward because they've just come out with the SBI Startup Bank and they came forward to institute this. So again, we have 23 different categories. So that's the next plan. And in terms of this exhibition, I think we would make it as our annual exhibition. So we would wait till we get the feedback from our members and then plan. But it would definitely be on technology innovation for MSME. So whether it would be again sector specific or general for the MSMEs, we'll decide on that.
Well, all the very best for your forthcoming events and for the awards ceremony especially. Thank you very much.
I'm very much amazed. Home elevators has a huge scope. Elevators require regular maintenance for sure. Planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. This is the day 2 and we can already feel the buzz. We can hear the buzz here. I think it started off on a great note on day 1. Today I have with me Avinash Challa, who's the founder CEO of Cube IoT. And let's understand, they have put one of the stalls here and let's understand what their business into. They're doing some amazing products with a cutting edge technology, state of art. So let's talk to them and understand what their company is into and what kind of product they're building and how they're going to revolutionize the construction of the real estate industry with it. Avinash, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
So Avinash, let's start by understanding you itself. Avinash, as a founder, CEO of the company, tell us something about you.
I'm very much amazed to see the outstanding response what we are getting in our FTCCI stall, which we have placed just nearby the stage. And see, I started my journey into entrepreneurship in 2006 when one day I got stuck in an elevator for about 2 hours. And then I have realized that if there is any company which can give instant service within 1 or 2 hours, it would be very helpful. Then I found that there is no company such. Then I started a lift maintenance company in 2006-7, and then later on, immediately within 6 to 7 months, I have realized that having maintenance company is not just enough until and unless it is your elevator. So our first product is Cube elevators. We started our journey with that, and in Hyderabad we have installed so many elevators, which are hydraulic home lifts, which are electric traction elevators, machine room lifts, machine room less elevators, screw based elevators, rack and pinion lifts, goods elevators. You name any type of elevator, we are into manufacturing of different types of elevators, and starting from 2 passenger up to about 50 passenger, we can provide elevators with. And we started this whole journey so our first product is actually elevators. For about 10 years we we supplied elevators, and then in 2017 we have named the whole organization as Cube IoT, which stands for Internet of Things. So because with the latest innovation and technology which is developing across the globe, we thought we should bring it to our company, to our country, and explore new opportunities, export our products across the globe with the latest smart elevators. So we have made our elevator, which is we made it a voice operated elevator. You can operate the elevator with your mobile, and the panels, earlier you have a regular stainless steel panels. We have changed those panels and integrated them with the new touch panels technology. So then with the new item to the cart of touch panels, we started supplying touch panels to homes as well, apart from elevators. So our Cube IoT, apart from elevators, as we have entered into touch panel manufacturing, so you can replace all your old switchboards with the latest 100% reusable plastic. You can have a beautiful touch panel with your family photo or a beautiful scenery of Mona Lisa. So like if you look at constructions, generally you will observe all the button switches are hidden to one of the corners. Now with this technology available, you can have a proper switchboard. It can be center of the hall as a beautiful photo frame, and it can have touch switches also. So with Internet of Things, we have elevators, we have touch switches which are integrated with Alexa and your mobile or Google Home, voice control, and we have switchable glasses as well.
That's interesting. A big range of, huge range of products that you're doing, and within elevators, you kind of different varieties which can be customized based on customer requirement. Now I understand it. So we regularly see paper ads and TV ads coming up where people are trying to say, promoting home elevators. Where do you see the market today? What is the size of the market, and where do you see it's going in coming time?
See, home elevators has a huge scope. Example, if you just think about, Hyderabad, Hyderabad is a growing city. You go to GHMC and get the stats of how many elevators or how many buildings are getting constructed in a month. We came to know with a proper analysis. I'll tell you how we have done that analysis, but we came to know about 3,000 homes are getting constructed and getting handed over every month in and around Hyderabad, that is in our Telangana state. So out of which 10% are apartments, rest all are independent houses. If it is an independent house, if it is more than a floor, ground plus 2 floors, if you don't have an elevator inside your building, the second floor is going to become basically no one is going to use that. It will become a storeroom. So people are opting for this new technology of home elevators in almost every house, because now in especially Hyderabad, you can see per SFT cost in a villa is costing about 8,000 rupees. Imagine your second and third floors in a villa are not utilized at all. So you are at loss of money, right? And elevator is only a product where in which it adds value to a building. Imagine a apartment ground plus 3 floors without an elevator. Each flat would cost about 30 lakh rupees. If you have an elevator, each flat would cost about 40 lakh rupees.
So elevators are value add to your house, even if it's an independent villa, right? Absolutely. So the obvious question is, around safety of the of these elevators, because regular maintenance would be required in home. Domestic maintenance is usually ignored as compared to in gated communities, let us say flats where there is a maintenance corpus. People spend money on maintenance required, whereas in a domestic one, probably people would not spend so much. So safety, is that something would be of a concern?
When coming to elevators, all across the globe, there are some safety standards. And in our country, you have BIS standards. So any installation company should follow all these guidelines of elevator standards, which are already there. However, in some states, it is mandated. In our state, it is yet to be mandated. So for now, we have safety standards, but there are no rules by the government.
What my question was, if you see, maintenance is not on the priority list, when it comes to domestic household, right? If somebody was to ignore that, would that be a safety concern for a domestic or a home lift?
Absolutely. See, for elevator, just like a vehicle, elevator is vertical transportation, right? So it should have all the safeties, and the maintenance should be done regularly. If anyone ignores safety, then it may cause any kind of accident. So that is the reason government should have some mandate rules on to how a lift should be installed, who should install the lift. Like in all other states like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Delhi, you have certain rules. If someone doesn't follow the rule, there is penalty. Telangana government also it formed a lift act, but it is yet to be implemented. Hopefully after these elections we'll get a lift act as well. So yeah, so elevators require regular maintenance for sure, and you cannot ignore on it.
So Indian market is very price conscious market, right? So if somebody wants to know what does it cost to have a 2-man lift or a 4-man lift, how would you give a costing? Is it per square feet? How does it work?
Elevators, so sometimes we get calls asking for, sir, do I get elevator for ₹1,00,000? Okay. So no, you will not get an elevator for ₹1,00,000. Elevators as of now are little expensive, especially in Indian market. If you see, most of the parts we are importing. At manufacturing setups needs to come in our country. So as of now, few parts are imported. So especially home lifts are very expensive. The starting range of a home lift starts from about ₹6,00,000 with a manual door elevator. If it is a hydraulic lift which has no pit requirement and no headroom requirement, it costs about ₹6,00,000. And generally, if the size is small, the lift cost is more. Why? Because if it is a standard 6-passenger elevator, you have more apartments which are using the same standard 6-passenger elevator. So the cost is average, because all the parts which we buy for a 6-passenger elevators are standardized most of the time. Whereas in a 2-passenger elevator, because there is a lot of customization which needs to be done, the cost is, as of now, it is on higher side. But hopefully in coming years, India will have better manufacturing facilities, and we are also planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad, so making the cost on lower end.
That was my next question actually, that you as a innovation company, would Cube IT get into manufacturing of some of the parts that you're importing? You already answered that. So what I would like to know is, if you are planning to get into that, what is the size of the market for that particular part, if you could talk about?
See, basically it's a very simple calculation. Like in India, there are more than 12,000 lift installation companies. Johnson, Schindler, Tyson, Mitsubishi, Kuhn are our competitors, who are multinational companies. We have also supplied lifts to UAE and Mauritius. In whole world is looking at Indian market because there is rapid growth in construction industry over here, and the market size is so huge. Like each elevator would cost about, on an average, ₹5,00,000, and if you just multiply 5 lakhs with about 3,000 elevators just in Telangana and Andhra, just multiply with 20 states at least. So the market is about 3,000 crores market is there for elevators per month. So the business is so huge. But once if we have regulations like how you have in other countries, then the entire industry will be streamlined. As of now, the industry is unorganized. We are also waiting for for one rule across the country, so that an elevator company in Hyderabad can, as of now, can't install lifts in Bangalore, because again you should take license in Bangalore. But imagine you have a single rule across the country, so we'll have better opportunities throughout the country. But
you get a better market place.
Yes, but as of now, once we become a manufacturer, currently we are OEM, we manufacture few parts, rest parts, as I have mentioned, we are importing from other states and other countries. So manufacturers has better opportunity, because supply of goods anyone can do. But installation of lift is regulated and there is a license system in it.
Now coming to the other products that Cube IoT do, I know you are into specialized doors, into windows. So if you could talk about architectural lighting, if you could talk about that as well.
See, now you understood that we are manufacturing elevator cabins, right? When we can manufacture an elevator cabin with a CNC machine, with the same machine we can also manufacture a door and a window. So basically, we are currently using Tata steel with galvanized iron and manufacturing beautiful wooden finished steel doors. And also we have manufacturing windows with composite panel. To talk about advantages of wooden finished steel door first, in our country most of us like that wooden finish, right? Over here also you can see wooden finished tables here and all. So when people like wooden finish, but each door, if you need to manufacture, you need to cut down 2 trees. So a whole planet is conscious about how it is with global warming, how it is going to affect our planet and all. So to save the planet also, there should be some new regulations, and more importantly, advantages for a customer who buys a steel door compared with a wooden door is, wooden door it changes size with the weather conditions. If it is a rainy season, this is a rainy season we have entered, right? You can also see in your home that some doors will keep getting stuck. But whereas in steel door, it is always the same door what you will have. And imagine that you have a wooden door and you use it for about 20 years. Okay, then you will scrap it out. You will not get anything, right? Whereas in case of a steel door, even if you scrap it after some time, Tata says that their steel will not get rust for about 50 years at least. But even if you just think about it, after 20 years, if you need to change these doors with the new doors, even if you scrap it, the steel rate will always go high and you will get back whatever investment you have done. So we are giving customer, Tata has their own product called Tata Pravesh. Now we are doing Cube steel doors and windows, and we are associated with a manufacturer called Axis, who has a manufacturing setup in Hyderabad itself. So our Cube steel doors have the speciality of the customization. Generally, whatever size you want, even for your existing house, if you want to replace the doors, or if it is a school, if it is a hospital, if it is a shopping mall, whatever custom sizes requirement you have, just like how we are customizing our elevators to the required size, we are customizing doors and also windows to the requirement of the client. And generally we take about 30 days to deliver our steel doors and windows, whereas for elevators we take about 90 days to install the elevator. Coming to our windows come with composite material, like the window frame is made out of galvanized iron, and it has inbuilt grill. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill on top of the window, which may look very ugly, because you need to get it fabricated from outside and you need to get it fixed on top of the window. Whereas when you look at our window, it has inbuilt grill facility, and the grill is also made out of galvanized iron. So you have a galvanized iron grill, galvanized iron door frame, and openable windows and sliding windows which are made out of aluminium. And if you want a mesh to it, we have stainless steel option, galvanized iron option, we have fixed meshes, sliding meshes, and also roll-on meshes. So we have multiple options in window segment as well.
That's impressive range of products. Also, one advantage is with your iron doors and windows, wherever there are a problem of termite, this can, you save that. So now coming to the event itself, how's been the experience at Expo? What are your thoughts?
See, I got amazing connects over here. This event is outstanding. Mr. Varun, who is joint director here, he has helped us a lot. Mr. Kiran, who has actually introduced us to FTCCI, was so cordial. So it is happening in a very good way. See, I came to meet you also here. And yesterday, there was a team from Vietnam who said that they'll help us in exporting our products to Vietnam. So I met our energy minister. I told him about Lift Act, and he said that, he'll also help us and our industry as well.
Well, many congratulations and all the best to you in your future. And I hope your Vietnam export business starts off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch. Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Qua tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tỉnh Gia Lai cũng thế mạnh. Thì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có, bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là
để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tip, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving, away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27%.
Theo như cái chuyển dịch kinh tế ngày hôm nay và thời điểm hiện tại thì các cái chuyển dịch kinh tế đang chuyển dần ra khỏi Trung Quốc và chuyển dần vào Việt Nam và Ấn Độ, thì ông cảm thấy là cái điều này sẽ tiến tới bao xa nữa và nó sẽ mở rộng như thế nào để tạo ra các cái lợi thế cho Việt Nam?
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch và chúng tôi cũng biết là chúng tôi sẽ phải chuẩn bị những cái gì. Để cho cái sự chuyển dịch này khi mà nó được chuyển dịch về quốc gia Việt Nam chúng tôi thì chúng tôi sẽ sẵn sàng đón nhận nó và cùng với các đối tác của mình để phát huy nó trong thời gian tới.
You are in city of Hyderabad and from the Zalai province. What do you see?
Thì bây giờ ông đang ở bang Telangana và thành phố Hyderabad, thì giữa thành phố Hyderabad và tỉnh Gia Lai mình, ông cảm thấy là ở hai cái bên này có các điểm gì mà chung và là những cái điểm gì, lĩnh vực nào có tiềm năng để cùng phát triển giữa hai bên này?
Vâng, ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng, nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này, những điều mà Gia Lai cần, tỉnh Gia Lai cần thì chúng tôi đang ở đây để tìm cơ hội hợp tác. Thì tôi thấy bên bang của mình thì có rất nhiều điều mà đáp ứng được cái nhu cầu của chúng tôi. Tôi nói ví dụ như hồi nãy tôi đi tham quan là thấy chúng tôi đang tìm những cái kho thông minh, để lưu trữ hàng hóa, nhất là chúng tôi có những hàng hóa rau củ quả trái cây để xuất sang các nước khác, chúng tôi cũng rất là cần. Ví dụ thứ hai nữa là đó là cái quản trị về kinh doanh, quản trị về doanh nghiệp và các phần mềm về quản trị đấy, thì chúng tôi cũng thấy rất là hữu ích cho đợt chuyến công tác này của chúng tôi.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam?
Thì có những cái lĩnh vực nào mà ông đang cảm thấy là có cái tiềm năng để cho các cái công ty Ấn Độ được vào Việt Nam hay là vào tỉnh của ông một cách nói riêng, và để mà có thể có các cái cửa hàng, công ty và cũng như là để có các cái đầu tư của lĩnh vực đó vào tỉnh của ông hay không?
Vâng, tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà qua tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà qua tôi đánh giá sơ bộ rồi qua ý kiến của các doanh nghiệp với các ông mà ở các cơ quan đại diện về thương mại thì từ hôm qua đi bang Tamil Nadu phải không? Hôm nay sang bên này thì tôi thấy những cái cơ hội mà có thể hợp tác sắp đến mà có thể qua tìm hiểu mà nó phát huy hiệu quả ngay, đó là cái áp dụng cái công nghệ này vào phát triển nông nghiệp công nghệ cao tại Gia Lai, bởi vì hiện nay Gia Lai là đang hướng vào cái công nghệ cao, nông nghiệp công nghệ cao để hướng tới các thị trường xuất khẩu như Mỹ, Nhật, Hàn Quốc, Trung Quốc.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right?
Thì ngoài các cái về nông sản mà ông vừa trình bày á, thì gia vị cũng là một cái lĩnh vực mà rất là mạnh của Việt Nam, và cũng là Ấn Độ cũng rất là mạnh về cái mảng gia vị. Thì ông có thể cho biết là có một cái tiềm năng hay là một cái cơ hội nào để có thể Việt Nam và Ấn Độ cùng làm trong cái ngành mà gia vị này không?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng có thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang thực hiện cái chương trình là phát triển cây dược liệu. Cây dược liệu có thể dùng trong các ngành như thực phẩm này, rồi ngành về thuốc chữa bệnh theo y học cổ truyền của Ấn Độ tôi nghĩ cũng rất là cần, và của Trung Quốc cũng rất là cần, và Việt Nam thì hiện nay đang phát triển cái dược liệu. Vâng.
You're at the expo. What's your
Thì hôm nay ông có thể cho biết một số cảm nghĩ khi mà tham dự cái buổi triển lãm hôm nay, và cũng là có một số đôi lời với các cái công ty doanh nghiệp Ấn Độ là hôm nay ạ.
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân. Vì tôi bước vào đầu thành phố, tôi xuống sân bay tôi thấy một cái sự ngăn nắp, một cái sự phát triển ngăn nắp của một đô thị phát triển, và chúng tôi qua cảm nhận ban đầu đấy, chúng tôi rất là tin tưởng vào những đối tác mà hôm nay được chúng tôi gặp mặt, và chúng tôi hy vọng rằng là cái sự phát triển này, sự kết nối này sẽ được phát triển tiếp trong tương lai sắp tới.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups.
Thì tôi xin có thêm một câu hỏi, đó là tôi là từ một cái kênh về các startup, thì có thể nào ông cho tôi biết các cái cơ hội hay là một tiềm năng để mà các startup của Việt Nam và startup của Ấn Độ có thể là hợp tác với nhau trong tương lai không?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi, thì đối với lại cơ quan chuyên môn của Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh, thì Sở Kế hoạch Đầu tư cũng đã triển khai và cũng đã thực hiện nhiều cái hội nghị xúc tiến đầu tư, hội nghị xúc tiến du lịch, và đã diễn ra tại tỉnh Gia Lai cũng như ở tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh và Hà Nội. Và vấn đề đó cũng tỉnh chúng tôi rất là quan tâm và tiếp tục duy trì thường xuyên, và mong rằng qua cái cầu nối đó thì doanh nghiệp giữa Ấn Độ và Việt Nam có điều kiện giao lưu và gắn kết với nhau phù hợp với cái mục tiêu của kinh doanh của mình. Trên cơ sở đó thì sẽ đối với lại chính quyền của tỉnh Gia Lai thì hết sức là ủng hộ đối với các doanh nghiệp, đồng hành cùng doanh nghiệp để cùng nhau hợp tác đầu tư phát triển kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai ngày một tốt hơn.
Thank you, Mr. Tep. Thank you very much for being on the show. Thank you, sir, and thank you for the translations. Thank you.
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है। हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए
राइट नाउ वी आर प्लेस्ड आवर प्रोडक्ट्स ऑन Amazon, Flipkart and all social media, all platforms.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by FTCCI, and we're on day 2. I have with me guests who are local Hyderabadi entrepreneurs. Afzal, who's SM Afzal, who's the founder of the company, and his partner, Mr. Mateen. They are also the sponsor for the event, and the company goes by Standard Kitchen Ready to Eat Food. Let's understand what the company does, what kind of food product they make, and how has been their experience being part of the expo. नमस्कार, सलाम अलैकुम, ईद मुबारक आप दोनों को।
आपको भी ईद मुबारक सर।
So अफजल जी, जो स्टैंडर्ड फूड रेडी टू ईट की बात कर रहे हैं हम जी, अभी एक नया चैन आ चुका है जिसमें रेडी टू ईट फूड को लेकर काफी डिमांड है, तो आप पहले उसके बारे में बताना चाहेंगे कि आपका जो पहले आप कुछ अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताएं कि किस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स आप बनाते हैं।
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है, बट और भी कंपनीज रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कंपनीज है, बट हमने जो है नॉन वेज में ज़्यादा काम किया है। 100+ से ज़्यादा हम लोग नॉन वेज में प्रोडक्ट किया है। तो जो लोग बिजी लाइफ है जिसकी लाइफ बिजी है, जो अचानक अगर कोई गेस्ट आ जाते हैं या कोई इश्यूज हो जाते हैं, तब हमारा फूड जो है बिल्कुल 2 या 3 मिनट में आप सर्व कर सकते हैं।
और आजकल तो वैसे भी स्विगी और जोमेटो का जमाना है, जिसमें आदमी के पास इतना टाइम नहीं है कि मतलब बनाए, तो ऑर्डर कर लेते हैं। पर आप कह रहे हैं कि आप उससे बेहतर ये कि
उससे बेहतर इसलिए है सर, क्योंकि आजकल हेल्थ इश्यूज बहुत है, तो हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए इसको स्टरलाइज करते हैं हम लोग, और अपने प्रिजर्वेटिव, ज़ीरो प्रिजर्वेटिव है, ज़ीरो बैक्टीरिया है, तो इसके लिए जो है हेल्थ के लिए बहुत अच्छी फूड है ये। आप अगर फूड लवर्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा मौका है हैदराबाद में, जो 100+ नॉन वेज में हम लोग प्रोडक्ट लेकर आए हैं।
तो एक बात जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है फूड के मामले में, जब हम बात करें, तो आपने क्वालिटी की बात कर दी, सेफ्टी की बात कर दी फूड में, आप 100+ प्रोडक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं। आप बता सकते हैं कि मतलब हैदराबाद जैसे सिटी में बिरयानी के अलावा ऐसा क्या प्रोडक्ट जो आप लोगों का जो सबसे ज़्यादा बिकता है?
हलीम है, बटर चिकन है, दाल मखनी है, पालक पनीर है, पनीर बटर मसाला है, वेज बिरयानी है। ये प्रोडक्ट ऐसा है सर, आपको जितना अगर एक आदमी को खाना है तो वो ऑलमोस्ट 300 ग्राम 500 ग्राम में सफिशिएंट हो जाएगा, वेस्ट नहीं होगा। प्रोडक्ट में ये खासियत ये है कि आपको वेस्ट नहीं होगा। जितना आप अपनी मर्जी से, जैसा 300 ग्राम का पाउच आप परचेस कर लिए या 500 ग्राम का 1 kg का, हमारे पास 3 kg तक है इसका, तो जितनी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो आप यूज़ कर लीजिए। इसकी शेल लाइफ जो है 18 मंथ रहेगी, और 0 टेम्परेचर में आप इसको सेव कर सकते, तो नो नीड फ्रीज आइटम।
तो ये जो जब भी एक रेडी टू कुक आइटम होता है और जिसमें लॉन्ग शेल्फ लाइफ हो, जैसे आप 18 मंथ्स की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें फिर प्रिजर्वेटिव का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ता है।
प्रिजर्वेटिव सर, स्टरलाइज करके इसके बैक्टीरिया को हम मार देते हैं, तो ये फूड सेफ हो जाता है, इसकी लाइफ बढ़ जाती है।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो आपका फूड प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें कोई प्रिजर्वेटिव नहीं है,
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि आपका टेक्नोलॉजी आप यूज कर रहे हैं वो ऐसा है जिसमें कि बिना प्रिजर्वेटिव के आप स्टिल लॉन्ग लाइफ दे रहे हैं।
यस।
तो अगला सवाल ये है इम्पोर्टेंट, जो एक फूड लवर के लिए हो जाता है, वो है टेस्ट।
यस।
क्या मुझे वो घर का खाना का टेस्ट आएगा?
बिल्कुल सर। आप जब खाना, अगर मैं आपको रेडी टू ईट का फूड प्रोडक्ट का कोई आइटम अगर आपको मैं पेश कर दूं बताए बगैर कि ये रेडी टू ईट है, तो मैं आपको 100% बताऊंगा कि आप महसूस ही नहीं करेंगे ये कि मेरी फैमिली में मैं अपना टिफिन बॉक्स खोल के खा रहा हूँ खाना।
कुछ फूड हमने कोशिश किया रेडी टू ईट, खासकर जो पैकेट्स में आती हैं, तो उसका एक अलग सा टेस्ट निकल के आता है
जी,
है ना वो है। अच्छा, अब मतीन जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, करंटली आप लोगों का मार्केट साइज कितना है? मतलब कितना आप किस जगह में आप अपना बेच रहे हैं? क्या वो सिर्फ हैदराबाद में है या ऑल ओवर इंडिया है, और कितना टर्नओवर है आपका?
Right now we are placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart and all social media, all platforms. अभी जैसे फूड इंडस्ट्री है, बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, हम इसको और दूसरे स्टेट्स में भी ले जाना पसंद करेंगे। अब वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग ट्रेडिशनली हैदराबादी स्टाइल फूड, वेज एंड नॉन वेज में है। आपको जो है इन फ्यूचर नेक्स्ट 6 मंथ्स का जो हमारा टारगेट है, मुंबई को कवर करना है, दिल्ली को कवर करना है, इन फ्यूचर आपको मिलेगा।
तो क्या किस तरह का मॉडल आप कर रहे हैं? क्या आप फ्रेंचाइजी होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर अपॉइंट करेंगे, या खुद का आपका आउटलेट रहेगा? क्या मॉडल लेके जा रहे हैं?
एवरीथिंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल बाय अ सिंगल कंपनी। वी विल अपॉइंट सम डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स एंड दे विल लुक आफ्टर इट।
Would you like to share for the benefit of people out there, our viewers, and probably out of them some potential business owners who might want to become your distributor, as to what would be the terms? अगर आपने कुछ decide किया हो कि अगर कोई आपका distributor बनना चाहता है, if somebody wants to become your distributor, what could be the basic terms and investment required?
Yeah, basically if they are going with which segment first, non-veg segment, veg segment, or sweet segment, or ready to cook segment. We are having 4 segments. It depends upon which segment they would like to go state wise. So we can give them like 30 to 35% and this thing.
And what kind of investment they have to do?
They have to make a minimum of 5 CR.
5 CR?
Yes.
So that is for stocks or for setting up the factory?
No, that is for stocks. Setting up everything is different. We'll provide them everything, complete support, marketing support, and offline support, whatever support they require, we'll provide them.
And currently, in how many cities are your products are available?
Currently, we have in Telangana, and we are working with the Mumbai-based company and Delhi-based company, and we have already exported our product to Canada and Saudi also. You can check out in YouTube on our channel. It has been placed in multiple supermarkets. All videos are available.
So, अफजल जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि जो अभी आपका जो अगला क्योंकि आपका 100 प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, तो इसका मतलब जो इंडस्ट्री आपने जो सेटअप किया होगा फैक्ट्री के सर, वो भी काफ़ी एक, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह का सेटअप है आपका, कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है आप लोगों के फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में?
फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में तो हम लोग अभी तक जो है 15 CR तक इन्वेस्टमेंट कर चुके हैं, बट ये टेक्नोलॉजी जर्मन की टेक्नोलॉजी है और डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत सारा न्यू फीचर्स आते रहते, उसको चेंजेस लाना रहता, जैसा पैकिंग मशीन्स है, कुकिंग और रिटॉर्ट मशीन्स, ये सब।
क्या इंडिया में कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में आप मिल के काम कर रहे हैं फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, या आप खुद ही अपना इन हाउस डेवलपमेंट करते हैं?
इन हाउस अभी तक तो इन हाउस है, आगे हम प्लान करेंगे अभी।
और आप लोग ये इस इवेंट के स्पॉन्सर्स भी हैं, तो आप लोग कैसा रेस्पॉन्स रहा आज?
FTCCI एक प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा है सर कि जो भी काम शुरू करना है इस प्लेटफॉर्म से करना है, तो अपने आप को इंट्रोडक्शन कराना है, इंडियन मार्केट हो या एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट हो, ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है। इससे हमको काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ, हमको कई इस प्लेटफॉर्म से हमारे कई अच्छे कस्टमर्स जुड़े हैं। मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक्स करना चाहूँगा FTCCI और ऑल स्टाफ, बहुत स्पेशली वरुण सर बहुत अच्छे कोऑपरेटिव है। वैसे तमाम लोग हमको शुरू से ही, हम जब से मेंबर बने हैं, हमको गाइड करते रहते हैं सर।
चलिए, बहुत मेहरबानी और आपको मुबारक और ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फ्यूचर आपके मार्केट के लिए।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
This is the first expo, first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI. I think great opportunity for both the countries. Seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. Well, what I see here is a lot of people, great stall. There's a delegation from Vietnam, and I have with me to share what's going on, how the event went around. President of FTCCI, Mr. Anil Agarwal. Sir, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
So, first reactions, Pala edition, first expo. Tell me what your thoughts are.
You are seeing me, how happy I am. That tells all. This is the first expo, first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI, and this is not the first. There are more to come, and I'm happy that our honorable minister Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu has inaugurated this expo today, along with other esteemed guests from the state government and from the central government. Mr. Dasari Balaya, regional passport officer, was available, and the kind of response which we see is tremendous. And moreover, there is a delegation from Vietnam, and we have arranged B2B meetings. There were some 100 requests from our participants and the exhibitors to have B2B meeting with the Vietnam delegation. So we are fortunate enough that during the time of our expo, the delegation of Vietnam has visited our expo.
So, sir, I just had a chat with the vice chairman of Z's and province and Mr. Tap. What are the areas you think Vietnam and India can collaborate or work together?
I feel agriculture is the main area which we can collaborate, because we have taken our own delegation to Vietnam some 3 months back, and when we visited there, it was just like India. We were not feeling that we were in some other country, and moreover, they were very friendly towards Indians. and lot of opportunities and synergies do exist between the two countries. Agriculture is one, as I said, and there is pharmaceutical. Lot of scope is there for pharmaceuticals, and also lot of scope for aquaculture also. So I think great opportunity for both the countries, and such type of delegations, if they come India, this is the second delegation which we are hosting from Vietnam. In the recent past, there was one more delegation which we have hosted. And when we visited, we took our delegation to Vietnam. Consul General Mr. Madan Mohan Sethi was very kind enough to host us and make all the arrangements. And we have visited 3 provinces. We had a very good interaction meeting with them, and we signed MOU with all the 3 provinces.
Sir, one of the suggestion that came from the minister was to take this expo into the rural India. I know it's too early. It's only a few hours back, he said. So, what are your first thoughts? Aapko kya lag raha hai?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Actually, as a federation, we are already moving to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. We have done few programs in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. Like we have done one program on women entrepreneurship in Nizamabad, Warangal, Karimnagar, and we have done EXIM program, export import management program in same Nizamabad, Warangal, Khammam. These districts we are reaching now, and I'm confident that. We have done one program in Medak also on women entrepreneurship. Response was very good. So seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, not only for our programs on dissemination of knowledge and information, but also we can think of having a small expo, because a lot of potential is there in the districts. Since central government has come out with one district, one product, so there is big opportunity for all of us to develop and to have business opportunities in the districts.
So you also talked about agriculture being one of the key areas between India and Vietnam, and with millets being with millet being the focus area now, millet year. Where do you see that going? I mean, can we make something with that between the two countries?
Yeah, there is a lot of scope, because Vietnamese are also health conscious, and millet being like in the budget, our honorable finance minister said that millet is Shriyan. That means it's God's son, God's food. So I think a lot of opportunities, and seeing the conditions, like we have been to Vietnam, we have seen there, they are typically just like Indians, very friendly towards Indians. So I think a lot of scope and a lot of opportunities are available.
As a FTCC, any roadmap that you're coming up with to push for millet in Telangana?
Yeah, we are planning one program on millet also, and we are discussing with the Indian Institute of Millet Research, and some discussions are taking place, and definitely we'll do one program on millet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be on.
We are in food processing industry. We are doing seasonal fruit. 6 varieties of seasonal fruit. In India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India. By till yesterday, today many people have come to my stall.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. We are the day 2 of the event. Going by the buzz, if you see, there is a lot of excitement, a lot of B2B meetings happening, and a lot of return value for money for the exhibitors and people who are visiting here. I have with me, my next guest is Mr. Venkat Ramana, who's the managing partner of MM Foods, Agri Foods. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. This is Venkat Ramana from MM Agri Products.
Sir, Venkat Ramana garu, tell me about what is MM Food into? What do you manufacture?
Yeah, we are in food processing industry. Moisture is the culprit for any food decay or spoiling the food. We are removing the moisture by technology is called vacuum freeze dehydration. This technology is being used in pharma industry as a lyophilization. The same technology we are adopting into food industry. This is vacuum freeze dehydration technology. The technology dehydration can be solar dehydration, thermal pump dehydration, but this is we are doing in low pressure and low temperature. This dehydration is done, and we are the.
So this technology can be applied across any food, or there are specific foods where you can do it?
Sky is the limit in this technology. We can from egg powder to anything we can do.
Tell us about the products you are doing currently. You are manufacturing or processing in India.
At present, we are doing seasonal fruit. 6 varieties of seasonal fruit and 1 variety of marine fruit, that is prawns. Prawns is the one of the in India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India.
So, if you can talk about the business currently, what is what's your turnover? Where all the product is available?
Yeah, ours is the startup company, sir. 1.5 years back only we have started. We are searching for exporters and good collaborators also. With the innovative technology, this is excellent technology, I can say. The audience are ready to eat products are there, like ready to eat millets and ready to eat biryanis and all. One Insta food company is there, our contact. They are selling to in airlines. We are concentrating on defense and sailors. They have to. In marine industry, we are exporting to marines in other countries like Japan and all. They are sending in frozen state. There is a chances of developing decay fungus in moisture. This is the best technology, I can say, but time is required for adaptation.
How has been the response at the expo?
Yeah, compared to yesterday, today many people have come to my stalls and almost we have exhausted jackfruit. Tomorrow I am getting from my factory.
So thank you very much. Thank you for being on the show, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tip, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
Xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27% of the share coming there, and India. How do you see this going forward? Do you think this is going to expand further, and where do you think it will up to what level can we go?
Vâng, chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch.
About this transaction from the China to Vietnam, we have the knowledge about it. We have acknowledged, and then we are working with our businesses and also from the government side point of view, so that we can, when it's directly come to us, we will be prepared and have all preparations for everything of this.
You are in city of Hyderabad, and from the Zalai province, what do you see together as a province, as India, especially with Hyderabad and Telangana in focus? Where are the areas where we can we can collaborate and work together?
Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này.
Today I have walked through a lot of the store in this exhibition, and I've seen that there's a lot of potential to cooperate between Zalai province and Telangana. And for example, I have visited many stores and I've seen that we are looking for some chances to work with more business Indian companies in to have that smart warehouse. So to help us to store the vegetable for better time and better quality, so that we can export to many countries in the world. And the second one is that we also need softwares for business administration, and these kind of two things that are very suitable for us, and we are here looking for some very good Indian companies so that we can surely cooperate for future.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam, and especially for your Zalai province, where they can set up shop, and the kind of investments areas where you were looking at investments to come from Indian businesses into your country?
Tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà có tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà
So businesses, they will have to do more research on that. But from my perspective, from my very prior perspective, I think that one of the things that we can learn and import from India from this kind of perspective is that we can use the high technology in agriculture. So because high-tech agriculture is from Zalai province, we are trying our best to develop this to make better quality products so that we can export these agricultural products to US, Japan, and many other quality country with high quality.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. Spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right? And India is one of the big consumer market. Also, we export process. Is there any scope there that we can work? You see scope between India and Vietnam to work together?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có
Zalai province, for your information, we have the strategy to develop herbals products. So herbals is one of the most the product that we have strengths, and also we are focusing on exporting it to many countries like India and China, because we think that herbals are very useful for not only in food eating, but also for creating medicines for the medical purposes also.
You're at the expo. What's your take on, or how did you feel about your experience here being at the expo, and also any message you have for the Indian business community?
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân.
So for your information, when I stepped out of the airport, I've seen that this is a very developed, well-organized city and has a lot of potential for cooperation in the future. And we are very honored to have the chance to meet all the Indian businesses and companies joining us today. And we think that is the breakthrough and the kick-off of every future cooperation in the future.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups. What scope do you see for Indian startups and Vietnamese startups to work together?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
So Zalai province is working very hard on the creating like the platform so that businesses from Vietnam and also India can meet together. Of the startup, we also having like a lot of encouragements for them to go out and meet, and so that I think that from the government side or like from the business side or from our side, we are so hoping so that we can have more chance so that startups can work and come and meet together.
See, for one thing is very clear. We intend to coordinate, cooperate and co-produce with India is very, very clear. At least from their side and from our side also. So there is no dearth of intent. Like for example, earlier when we used to talk, India is moving up the value chain. They realize that, right? So they don't see India as a service provider anymore. They see India as a developer of cutting edge technology. There is a very strong Indian diaspora present in the US. And they are very excited by the India success story or the India growth.
Welcome viewers to Thought Leader Show on mystartuptv. I'm Major Sunil Shetty, your host. This year June, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was on his first state visit to the US. And this particular event, 4-day event, created a lot of hype and buzz, not just in the US, in India and globally. Well, he got to meet industry leaders from the US and India, and somebody who was there, feeling the vibes, feeling the buzz, is Wing Commander Anish Antony. Welcome to the show.
Hi Major Shetty, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
So, you were there, on the ground, representing the Ministry of Defence from India, and you were part of various meetings, which included for defence, included startups. Let's start by, just paint that picture as to how was the environment, because this is the first time in many years, or rather first time ever in my memory as well, where India kind of got that global, exposure, feel, and people kind of start acknowledging India as the next big power.
Yeah. So, no, I think firstly, from the outset, we landed a couple of days before. And from the outset, I think even before he landed also, there was a lot of palpable energy that you can see in anticipation of his arrival. The roads, they were lined up with flags. When you talk to people and they were like, you have a conversation, you don't mention it that you are coming with the delegation. But people have said, hey, you know what, Prime Minister Modi is coming day after tomorrow. So even the common layman knew about Prime Minister Modi's.
So what is that limited to the people of Indian origin, Indian diaspora, or was it also people feel that among the, let's say the American crowd itself?
No, it was not only American crowd. In fact, we had a cab driver, right, and he was Ethiopian. Right? He knew about Prime Minister.
That talks a lot.
Right? That talks a lot. That means it has percolated down not only from between the political circles or the administrative circles or the business circles, down to the common man and down to even the blue collar or the brown collar. If people do not see value, they could not have come down to so many things. Because it doesn't, unless it affects him, the cab driver would not sort of acknowledge this kind of activity, political activity. So if you ask me, it was almost like a mainstream political event.
So coming to your visit itself, as you said you were there a few days before the actual visit by the Prime Minister. So what was your mandate? And you were representing the Ministry of Defence India. So what did you do in those few days that you were there?
So I think one of the core areas for this visit was bilateral defence cooperation between both countries. So from that perspective, the Ministry of Defence had put together a team, a delegation, which went as a part of primarily Prime Minister Modi's visit. Similarly, even the US POD had put together a team. They were a team of around 20 to 25 people from the Indian entity and a parallel organization, a mirror parallel organization on the other side. And the delegation was represented equally by primes, which are the big corporations like L&T, Mahindra, Bharat Ford, and so on. And then the second layer consisted of even the administration, which means they were from the Ministry of Defence, there were officers who were a part of the team, who were part secretaries, and so on and so forth. And the third layer, where the startups and startup ecosystem, that ecosystem is what T-Hub represents, or I represent on behalf of T-Hub.
So you are wearing multiple hats basically.
Yeah, I think one is my experience of being in the forge as an operator of defense equipment. I was in the Air Force as a pilot, operator of defense equipment. And while being that, I also was a part of DRDO for 4 years, which comes into research R&D of defense equipment. Then moreover, I was one of the founding team members of MyGate, so that brings a business element into the whole. And now, as a part of T-Hub, we are engaging with thousands of startups.
So, given that the overall overview of each and every side of the whole 9 years of the startup ecosystem or the business side of it, especially relevant to defense, what's your take? What do you think? Where are we going with? Because we know there are multiple technology agreements during this visit. We're also buying one of the best drones possible currently. Where do you see personally, as given you all your exposure, where do you see India, US, different relationship? And also share about what happened during the event.
See, for one thing is very clear. The intent to coordinate, cooperate and co-produce with India is very, very clear. At least from their side and from our side also. So there is no dearth of intent. Like for example, earlier when we used to talk, right? I mean, US used to come back and say, okay, let's sign memorandum of understanding and let's take it forward. Now it is like, okay, can we have a follow-up meeting tomorrow? Right? Can we set timelines within the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months and 1 year timeline? Can we set those kind of timelines? So that kind of intent and hustle is there in terms of making stuff happen. So that is one perceptible difference that you could see from last time. And this engagement is across all levels. Right? The corporates want to engage as intently. Their startups want to engage with India's ecosystem. Finally, if you look at India's ecosystem, right, there are 900 million working class people. Right? Now, these 900 million working class people have access to the cheapest data on earth today. Right? Your data bill and my data bill comes to maybe, I don't know, $6 or $7 a month, which is peanuts, right? Now you give data access and internet access to all of these people, all of the 900 million people. Look at the permutation and combination of the creativity or the business model that can come out.
We already experienced it.
We already experienced it.
You are experiencing even more sitting in T-Hub.
Yeah, so last year 12,000 startups got registered. That comes to almost 35-36 startups per day. That is what that mixture, that combination is doing. 900 million working class, almost free access to data, and these are the kind of ideas which are going to come out, and they understand the value.
And the mix of all this, defense being one of the things where a lot of stress is there in terms of, from the government of India, to make it India, Atmanirbhar and all of that. And with interest from the US, as you said, the government as well as the industry, or our industry, like the likes of the LNP and Reliance, we also need a superior technology partner, especially that can support them with the research and development. Where do you see that happening? When do you see that happening?
So I think there are two levels, right? One is, I think, when you mention superior technology that is happening, right? There's a lot of, they are recognizing that there's a lot of superior technology development is happening here also. Right? Both we are also recognizing, which is the MOD is also recognizing, saying that, hey, we've got this great talent in India. Let's tap into that and let's pull out all those combination of technologies which are coming from. They also recognize that fact that there are a lot of new technologies which are coming up. India has moved out from a service provider, IT tech service provider, up the value chain, which means it is coming into that designer, producer, developer, that kind of development is started happening, and it is happening with increasing amount of frequency and in more cutting edge technology. Look like companies like, for example, Skyroot are putting a rocket into space, and by no means that's an understatement, right? So you look at satellite companies; they are doing some really phenomenal work out of there. So there are definitely good high-end technology companies, and India is moving up the value chain. They realize that, right? So they don't see India as a service provider anymore. They see India as a developer of cutting-edge technology.
And technology partner.
And technology partner.
Help you build
technology. Help you build technology and produce those products out of India. Right? That is the second piece of it. So now, early on it used to be that their products, their technology comes here and produces product out of India. Right? Now they are looking for us to create products, and then again they have a mandate to produce those products in India. Right? So the engagement levels are getting only higher and higher as we go by. The third aspect is, I think there is a very strong Indian diaspora present in the US, and they are very excited by the India success story or the India growth story. You look at it very, very simplistically, right? Let's take it fundamentally simplistically. Right? Today in India's per capita income is $2,700. Right? Colombia, I think, is somewhere close to around $9,000. Now, if we just get our per capita income there, then we are a 10 trillion economy. That is the GDP level I'm talking about. Right? Now look at the velocity of money, because that money is going to be spent again and again inside the country. Right? So there is definitely tremendous potential of monetization at scale in India, which they are very, very cognizant. And the Indian diaspora has gone out 20-30 years ago. They are now pretty well established. They have earned a reputation for being intelligent, hardworking people, hustlers, enterprising entrepreneurs who are there out there. And they want to do something back for India. They want to give it back to India.
And in what ways are you seeing it? I mean, would they be prepared to take a piece of the pie in terms of being part of the startup ecosystem?
They don't even want a piece of it. What they're saying is we're doing for pro bono. I mean, when we introduced ourselves, I think a number of people who took me and just out of goodwill introduced me to more people, right? Saying that, hey, just meet up with these people, see what they can do for us, for you, India back home.
But other important thing is investments to come in. But do you think there is appetite among India?
Definitely. There's a lot more appetite from the Indian diaspora. So as they keep seeing success stories in India, they do want to come back and invest in these cutting edge technologies that are getting developed. Right? So we're seeing a lot of angel sort of investment which are coming in from there, which are helping startups in India. A lot of expats, NRIs are coming back, spending a month here, meeting up with a lot of startups, looking at a lot of technologies, immersing in this entire experience here, and seeing how they can help either through investment or connections or something like that to help these startups. There's definitely a lot of interest in that help.
So coming to startups, which is where you currently are, based on the world's biggest innovation center. So, in some way, in reference to this trip, what kind of scope do you see for Indian startups, and very particularly for defense? And is there a scope for them or a possibility for them to work alongside or with likes of Tata, Reliance, L&T? Where do you see that?
All of the stakeholders, all of the key parties, all the principals have to work together on this. Right? Because there is a lot of, I mean, if you look at it as one big puzzle, right? Some people have some pieces and other people have other pieces. Yes. Like for example, if a startup creates a product, right? Now, the armed forces will definitely look for longevity, which means the startup is just 2 years old, right? Will he be in a position to provide me spares for the next 10 years, for the next 15 years? So that longevity becomes a bit of a thought point for them to do it. Like it's a bit of a point, but that doesn't come when you have major stakeholders, primes like L&T Defense or Bharat Forum doing that, right? Because they have a proven history of working with the armed forces for decades now. Yes, right. So they bring that longevity, reliability, ability to take a shock, ability to put in money to scale up. Right? They have ability to working at scale. Right? So what they possess, what the startups possess, agility. Right? The ability to get new technologies together to come out with something really.
And tinker with ideas and
tinker with ideas, tinker with combinations, think out of the box, not being afraid, flexibility, right? Pivot.
Which big companies may not be able to do.
Yes, which big companies may not be doing at that pace.
At that pace.
Right? So that is what startups try, right? And that is what the bigger companies try, right? And so everybody has a piece to play in this whole piece. As far as the US visit is concerned, I think a lot of our startups want access to US markets, to US US agencies who want these kind of solutions, these kind of products. It could be aid agencies as a part of defense, or it could be agencies as a part of dual use. We worked a lot this time around on trying to identify ecosystems there, like similar to T-Hub, right, who can provide our startups a soft landing. Right? So you go there, they not only take care of your basics, which is a place to
like so the red
anchor.
which you have done.
Yes, like a place to anchor and then work out of there, right? And again, regulatory support, right? Incubation support, market access support, for example. Right? All of those people, how can we have somebody out there who's looking out for our guys there, which is a more immersive experience for them. What we also want to do is give India market access to their startups and to their employees. We've also had some really deep engagements with the Department of Defense on how we can relook the regulatory approval mechanism for startups who are coming out of it. How can we make it really easy for startups to navigate those regulatory procedures that are there in the market? How can you navigate those procedures? How can you make it more efficient, reduce the time gap, give more visibility on what is to be done? You should not be groping and finding out for yourself. How can we have somebody who just guides you through?
That saves time, money, and
saves time, money, effort, and all of that. Right? So we are looking at those opportunities as well with the department.
So finally, as T-Hub, given the experience, what you've seen, what you're experiencing, any changes, any thoughts in terms of cutting it on defense, creating vertical integration in T-Hub to ensure that this thing catches pace and startup and businesses?
Absolutely. So within T-Hub, we have identified defense as one of our core sectors that we want to focus on. We've created a separate department. We have hired people who have expertise in doing that. Typically, these are people who have done R&D for defense while being in the armed forces. Right? So we have ex-servicemen, defense research-oriented ex-servicemen is what we have hired and made out of this. Today, we are running one of the largest defense startup support programs in India today for the Ministry of Defense as a part of their IDEX program. We have got one of the largest cohorts of startups who are doing development, innovation for the Ministry of Defense. Almost around 25 to 30 startups is what we are supporting right now, end to end, which is right from disbursement of fund, hand holding, getting them market access, and helping them navigate the defense procedures, R&D, development, trial, testing, POC, through and through holding their hand, right from ideas. So that is something we're doing for our defense startup. It's close to our heart as well. Yes. And it's also core to our skill sets as well. Having been there for 20-25 years, we definitely know certain things that we should not be doing to maintain on the track to be able to. So using those kind of expertise to run a defense sort of a department within T-Hub. T-Hub has got around 2,500 startups, right? But we really believe that this is one area where we can really focus and make an impact to nation building.
Thank you very much for being on our show.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Banka Biolu showed off its new STP system that treats sewage in a way that saves power. This system is easy to take care of and meets government rules. It also saves money and can be adjusted to fit different needs. An award-winning integrated wastewater and sanitation solution.
3 billion people are experiencing inadequate sanitation and depleting water resources.
If you are able to recycle and reuse our water systems.
In terms of achievement, so we have done more than 20,000 bio-toilet. I think that is a big achievement. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing.
Please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established. Their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy. today I will quickly talk about our company, what we have done over the last 10 years. And this company was started by Namita, and Namita happens to be my sister. Railway, we do almost 20,000 units per day. We do the O&M, operation and maintenance. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing. And this is the Jukaso that we are talking about.
Please take benefit of this opportunity to understand the product. The future of our industry only depends if we are able to recycle and reuse our water systems. And we all know that water is becoming scarce and expensive, about how water consumption can be reduced and how treatment and reuse can be done.
So number one is running cost is very low, low ongoing maintenance, low noise, life cycle price or cost is much lower, high quality, high treatment capability, flexible space requirement because it can be also put underground, no or less smell, does not require any dedicated manpower. KLD unit comparison of Jukaso unit, which is this one, 1800 rupees per month. But if you add electricity, it comes to around 16,800. Big advantage because your cost of running is very low. So we have a solid separation, anaerobic, fixed film aeration, and then the sedimentation. So here there is a model you can see here. So you have to connect your outlet, which is coming from your house, to this system. Right now we are only selling 2 types, ma'am. This is for larger sizes up to 100 KLD. The right one is up to 6 KLD. So we are doing it in Hyderabad and we have done it in Goa. Right now we have done 6 units in Goa. So Cartier Award is very prestigious, with Namita won in 2012, 13-14, full of other awards in Turkey, in South, awards from US governments. Visibility from the work that we are doing.
Please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established. Their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are going to be the master distributor and partner for India, Sri Lanka and Nepal. We are treating 1200 KLD of water in my home Vihanga, selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy to the Infosys campus because they have no water for agriculture.
We have tied up with now some Italian and German companies and increased the scope of our solution offering to effluent treatment plant for the industries also.
Totally, it is a wonderful management. That's what I have seen. Especially in the railway station, you can see everywhere is there, you can see the street.
But in new industries, it's already started. I think it is a must to have a sewerage treatment plant.
Social responsibility apart from the business, what she is doing, also do our bit to make Mother Earth livable.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Banka Biolu showed off its new STP system that treats sewage in a way that saves power. This system is easy to take care of and meets government rules. It also saves money and can be adjusted to fit different needs. An award-winning integrated wastewater and sanitation solution.
3 billion people are experiencing inadequate sanitation and depleting water resources.
The future of our industry only depends if we are able to recycle and reuse our water systems.
In terms of achievement, so we have done more than 20,000 bio-toilet. I think that is a big achievement. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing.
If you don't have anything in your industry or you want to upgrade, please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established, and with their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy who is taking that treated water to the Infosys campus because they have no water for agriculture. So the point I'm making, the water is getting scarcer by the day, and we can use this as a circular economy, and you can actually generate money from doing this in a long-term fashion. today I will quickly talk about our company, what we have done over the last 10 years. And this company was started by Namita, and Namita happens to be my sister. And I was early investor in the company, and then we thought that let's build it together. What we as a company do is we give bio toilets. We have a railway business, water and wastewater business, and then R&D we do some product development. Then bio toilet and O&M for railways. Railway we do almost 20,000 units per day. We do the O&M, operation and maintenance, and we do use water management in terms of packet STP, which we are going to talk about today. So we have bio toilets. We are doing water saving WCs. We are doing the fecal sludge treatment plant for the municipalities. We have had a pretty strong visibility from the work that we are doing. So here is the footloo that we are selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing. And this is the Jukaso that we are talking about.
Please take benefit of this opportunity to understand the product and how your industry can become water positive and water secure. The future of our industry only depends if we are able to recycle and reuse our water systems. And we all know that water is becoming scarce and expensive. So every model from small to large, it can be incorporated and really give you a wholesome solution about how water consumption can be reduced and how treatment and reuse can be done.
So what is the advantage of this system that we are talking, sir, today? So number one is running cost is very low, and we'll see the comparison. Low ongoing maintenance, because maintenance is the biggest problem of these kind of system which is running. Low noise, life cycle price or cost is much lower. High quality, high treatment capability, flexible space requirement because it can be also put underground, and no or less smell, because ma'am it's completely sealed. So obviously other than the pipe that you put out, there is no real open sewage you can really see or feel, right? So low power consumption, does not require any dedicated manpower. So if you see, we have done a 50 KLD unit comparison of Jukaso unit, which is this one, versus a regular normal conventional STP, an SBR or an MBBR or any other technology. Maintenance and desludging, obviously the requirement is much lower, so we have put 1800 rupees per month. But if you add electricity, it comes to around 16,800. Versus if you do a normal STP, it is coming to around 57,250 because electricity cost is quite high. Although I have taken the technician cost also, but technician cost ki zarurat hi nahi hai. So what I'm trying to say is like electricity is a big advantage because your cost of running is very low. So if you see capex and opex over a 5-year for 50 KLD, your capex, additional capex will be recovered within 1 year. So and capex maybe you're talking about the whole civil, electromechanical, everything. So if you add both together, the cost is almost similar. ऐसा नहीं है कि it is like super expensive. It is very similarly priced as a regular STP system. So quickly just a little bit how the system works. So we have a solid separation, anaerobic, fixed film aeration, and then the sedimentation. So here there is a model you can see here. So first tank, so everything is inside the tank. So you have to connect your outlet, which is coming from your house, to this system. So that is the first one, and then through gravity. So obviously you don't have to spend on energy doing that. BOD and SS of 300. Then primary treatment already is there, and then secondary, which is the Jukaso, and then we have the sand filter and the carbon filter. All this is helping in reduction of our asphalt. Right now we are only selling 2 types, ma'am. Second and the third one. This is for larger sizes up to 100 KLD, and the right one is up to 6 KLD. So we are doing it in Hyderabad, and we have done it in Goa. Right now we have done 6 units in Goa. We have won different awards across the globe. So Cartier Award is very prestigious, with Namita won in 2012, 13-14. Then we won a couple of other awards in Turkey, in South. Then we have won some awards from US government. So over the last 8-10 years, we have had a pretty strong visibility from the work that we are doing.
you don't have anything in your industry or you want to upgrade, please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established, and with their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are going to be the master distributor and partner for India, Sri Lanka and Nepal. But eventually we are going to set up our manufacturing to build this in India. So that is the long-term plan for the company, because that will bring down the cost and everything. We are treating 1200 KLD of water in my home Vihanga and almost 450 KL per day treated water we are discharging in the pits right now, like that drain, because they don't need that so much water. So what they have done, we are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy who is taking that treated water to the Infosys campus because they have no water for agriculture. So the point I'm making, the water is getting scarcer by the day, and we can use this as a circular economy, and you can actually generate money from doing this in a long-term fashion.
We have tied up with now some Italian and German companies, and we are trying to increase the scope of our solution offering to effluent treatment plant for the industries also. There could be likely similar session in next few months to introduce about those effluent treatment plants.
Now in Hyderabad, multi-storage buildings, most of them, they are recycling the water. Totally, it is a wonderful management. That's what I have seen. And especially in the railway station, you can see everywhere there you can see the street.
But in new industries, it's already started. I think it is a must to have a sewerage treatment plant.
It's the social responsibility apart from the business what she is doing, and we should also do our bit to make Mother Earth livable.
I'm Mahalakshmi. I have used this droplet commode in my home. We have purchased 4 units and we are very happy in conservation of the water. It is after using this toilet, 30% of the water usage is conserved, and our electricity bill is also reduced, and maintenance is also very easy. The ceramic quality is very good and no odor, smell raadu, chala baagundi product.
अच्छा लगा है एक्चुअली, मगर फर्स्ट इंप्रेशन इज वेरी गुड बिकॉज पानी बहुत कम कंज्यूम करता है, इसलिए आई थिंक घर में लोग एटलीस्ट ट्राई करके देखना चाहिए इसको.
Hi, I'm Madhu Tyagi, Director in SVS RefComp Private Limited and Director in Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs of India, which works for the women entrepreneurs. And here I got an opportunity to come and see this product, and I think this is the need of the hour, right from domestic to industrial. Everywhere where the water is scarcity, they say that the next war is going to be for water. Then why not to save it? Why not to use it with wisdom? So this is one concept which has come already in the market. Then this is the right and wise decision that if you all use it at your domestic purpose, where you can save a lot of water, and industries, commercial establishment, and it is going to help you in the terms of economics, as at the same time it is going to save the earth. The scarcity of water which is looming around will also be solved. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And I came on board in 2019, so now 4 years working with this team. Prior, I had around 20 years of experience in the corporate sector. So I worked with automotive company Toyota and Tata Motor. That was my mechanical engineering days. Then I did my MBA from ISB in 2006, and then I worked with L&T, then Piramal. and that's how I have a experience on investment, real estate, and other scheme. And this company was started by Namita, and Namita happens to be my sister. And I was early investor in the company, and then we thought that let's build it together. So that's how I came in 2019, and happy to meet so many people. And my team says that a lot of ex-clients are there, and I will definitely share their stories and their experience with our company. Today I will quickly talk about our company, what we have done over the last 10 years. 2012-13 is when we started, and then over the course of 10 years where we are. So 3 billion people are experiencing inadequate sanitation and depleting water resource. And this is, everybody knows about it. Water is such a neglected space today. Nobody is really bothered about treating their wastewater or even using water properly. And we have seen, I will take example and I will share my experiences. And what we have done and what we as a company do is we give bio-toilets. We have some clients already here. Then bio-toilet and O&M for railways. And we do use water management in terms of packet STP, which we are going to talk about today. And then we do regular plants in terms of the conventional large plants. And we have also come up with the new business model called Urban SaaS, which is STP as a service. So, and this I will share my experience, my anecdotes from my 4 years in Hyderabad, and then fecal sludge treatment plant that we have done in the state of Hyderabad, in Telangana and AP, and we have done almost 12-13 plants across these two states, and we are one of the well-known FSTP developer in the city, and KTR sir inaugurated 2 of our plant, so that shows that we have done a decent job. So in terms of what we have done in terms of achievement, so we have done more than 20,000 bio-toilet. I think that is a big achievement. Railway, we do almost 20,000 units per day. We do the O&M, operation and maintenance. And we have treated more than 5 MLD of fecal sludge. And my team was telling me that every 1 MLD of fecal sludge is contaminating like area as large as 20% or 10% of Hyderabad. So that is the impact this fecal sludge have on the groundwater. People just throw it in the drain or some nala or some open area. So that is contaminating the water table and everything. So that's like a big thing. Then we have treated more than now this 400 MLD of used water from residential complexes, which we are talking about where we have done the plant and we are running it for a long-term contract. And we have 750 employees on the roll. We are listed company on stock exchange, which is the NSE, and we have delivered around 45 crore worth of revenue over the last 3 years. COVID has been very rough for our company, and we had a huge downfall in terms of revenue, but I think we are coming back to what we were doing. In terms of, I told you about the what we are doing. So this is our team. Sanjay and started with this company in 2015-16, where he left his job with a global MNC, and he started to focus on this, and he focuses on building the brand equity of the company. So he's spending a lot of time working with these branding and like the marketing tie-ups and other things on the CSR front and multiple other things that he's doing. Namita, she's always been an entrepreneur by heart, so she started something. She would do something when she was even younger than what she is today. And early 2000, she started some jewelry business. Then every time she was moving and she was doing something. In 2012, finally, Banka Bio took shape. I already gave my background. Akhilesh is managing our railway business, and he's handling 50% of the portfolio. And Ramakrishna is our CFO. What we have done, if somebody is looking at it and giving us a little award, that just reinstate that we are doing the right thing. As simple as that. And not just in India, but we have won different awards across the globe. So Cartier Award is very prestigious, with Namita won in 2012, 13, 14. Then we won couple of other awards in Turkey, in South. Then we have won some awards from US government. So over the last 8-10 years, we have had a pretty strong visibility from the work that we are doing. What we are doing, people are appreciating. It's a very tough sector to be in, and water, everybody knows that everybody knows that there is a problem, but nobody is doing anything about it. So that's the story about water. So quickly about our company. So we have a railway business, water and wastewater business, and then R&D. We do some product development. So this we will talk more about as we go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. So some of the products. So we have bio toilets. We are doing water saving WCs. We are doing the fecal sludge treatment plant for the municipalities, and we are doing the package type. We will talk about it today. Next. So you can stop me and ask questions if you have, because it will be happy to share my experience. So these are some.
So for the independent houses also a good size of independent houses.
Yes.
Having the 7-8 toilets.
Yes.
Do you have solutions for that?
Yes, ma'am. Just go back. So the first one, if you see in the last slide, the lowermost, there is a single household we can do, and it's like so villas ke liye we are doing. So we are doing for villas. We have done in Goa around 6 villas. We have done a similar. So per villa per one unit. Yeah.
What is the area needed?
So area is 1.3 meter dia is there. So which is the smallest, and you can go up to 2.1 meter diameter. Very small. So cleaning. So if you talk about cleaning, so cleaning, not much cleaning is required. So if a lot of muck is coming, so only one person, let's say a gardener or somebody is there. If there is some people are throwing some garbage in the toilet or maybe in the kitchen, it needs to be cleaned periodically, maybe weekly. You have to just clean. There is no other cleaning requirement for this one.
Another thing, the odor bad.
So there is no odor because this is all sealed unit, ma'am. So this is, if you see, it's completely sealed from the top. So there is no real odor coming, and we have done multiple installation in the villa community here in Hyderabad, and we are doing one in Rajendra Nagar. Like there is 65 villa communities there, very affluent household. So we are already 2 orders we have that we have to do, and others also want to do the same thing because they don't have a centralized STP system. So that is the you can do that. So this is for the black and grey water put together. If you want to only do the black water, which is the toilet water, then we have this bio toilet, ma'am. So you can put the bio toilet, that is the bio tank, which you can connect it to the outlet of your toilet waste. So that is the bio toilet, and it works absolutely no problem. And we have some clients, they have done it in their factory. So whenever there is a new factory, they take the biodigester tanks from us. And now they have just taken 10,000 liter tank, which is for their requirement. So all the human waste goes in the tank and gets treated, and they don't have to clean the tank ever. Sir, am I right? Yes.
I didn't understand in concept how it gets, clean and the tank is always available.
So in the case of bio toilet, ma'am, so it is a digester. It's an anaerobic state where we put the bacteria, which is a very specialized bacteria which eat away the human waste.
Oh.
So that is how. So the water gets clean, and the clean water comes out of that system, and we can put it in the groundwater discharge.
Groundwater.
So gas will be very less, sir, because one household, not much methane will be there, sir. But if you are doing for a very large community, then the gases could be there. Yeah.
So it is for the planting the water in plants and other
You
places?
can use it for the plant, ma'am. Yes.
Only the plants.
So for the biodigester, we are not suggesting to use it for the plant. You can just directly discharge in the groundwater. But for the right side, which I was talking, you can use it for the plant or even flushing if you have the flushing line. Because that has anaerobic and aerobic both. So that is how it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But you're not showing anywhere
exhaust and all.
Yeah, sir.
It is a must, I think, no exhaust.
So exhaust pipe is there. I'll show you some installation photo. Yeah, maybe I
don't know. I mean, as per my knowledge.
No, so so if it's a very large plant, sir, the exhaust is required.
Small not required.
Smaller, we put a pipe. We put a pipe, but
yeah.
actually कुछ gas ज़्यादा निकलता नहीं है. Yeah, so not much gas is there.
But it is, I think, it is.
So we put a pipe is always there.
Always should be there, I think.
Always there, sir. In this you are not able to see, but normally we have a pipe which runs to the.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are some of the products we do for railway. So the idea to show this is that we have the capability to develop products also. So if let's say if we are working with you for certain requirement, we can do some sort of these kind of innovation as well. Yeah. So coming to the water side and wastewater, so what we are doing, sewage treatment plant we have already explained. So we have the MBR, SBR and MBBRs, the regular ones. Then we have water treatment in form of a ACF, that is carbon filter, sand filter, softener plant, and then affluent treatment plant, and then O&M servicing also we are doing. And we are also offering as a service. So let's say, I'll give an example. So if you have a factory and your plant is not working, we will be happy to come and have a look at it, and we can take over the plant. Even if little investment is required, we are happy to do that also, and look and take it for a long-term contract. So to give you an example here, sir, we have done this My Home Vihanga, which is in financial districts, a large residential society, more than 2,000 apartment. They had a 1200 KLD MBR, they had an earlier plant was there. So we took over the full plant, we invested the money, and we have signed up for a 7-year contract. So it's like the way you buy house, we are saying you can also do that, the same thing with STP also. So we are recovering our money over a period of 7 years, and we are maintaining it also. So they are only interested to get clean water, which we are giving to them. So that concept as a business model innovation we are doing in the market. So that could be applicable to a lot of industries today who are suffering with the poor management of O&M of these ETPs or STPs. So that is what we are trying to do. Yeah, go ahead. So I told you about myself, then Mr. Shripatji also explained his background. Then we have Mr. Ajay Jain, who is an advisor. We bought a company in Chennai with the name Enzotech, and Ajay was running that company for a long time. And so he brings his expertise, his relationship. So we are really serious to build this business. We started in 2 years back, specifically the water treatment business, water and wastewater. But we have now accumulated the team, you see here, a lot of people, and now we are building this up in a big way. Some of the projects that we have done. Next, some clients list, yeah. Right. So this ends my presentation about the introduction of my company, but now specifically we will talk about the product that we wanted to discuss today. So any question I will take, or else we go to the next slide. दूसरा वाला लगा? हाँ. Here, before getting into that presentation, I just want to show this here. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing. And this is the Jukaso that we are talking about, which we will talk more in detail. So इसमें सबसे interesting क्या है? So and everybody would have experienced this, right? So when you in the houses, if the water is not there in the cistern, then you get a bucket full of water and try to flush off the thing. इसमें वैसे ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. अगर if the water is not there, only 1 liter water you can flush out the waste. So that is, it is like a foot pedal action, and we can show you like it is a working model, and we can, once we finish the presentation, we can see all of us. So you, if there is no water, you just put the water with the anything. Yeah, and then once you press the foot pedal, it just flushes out everything.
You need to fill the tank.
No, so here the tank is not required to be filled. Even if the tank is empty, you can use only 1 liter water to clean this up.
No, we have to pump the water.
Water will be there. So 1.4 liter capacity water will be there. So in case if the water is not there, also it can be functional. Because in our houses, if you have a Western WC, if the water is not there, you can't really use it. So this is like sort of an number one, it saves water, and number two, it can be used anytime.
You are saying water is not there, then how the water will come?
So water, so
I'm saying 1 liter water is required.
1 liter water required.
1 liter into the flush tank.
No, you have to put it here, sir. You have to just put water like this. Even if you don't have sufficient water, you can just put the water like this and then flush it. That's it. Flush to chal raha hai na, sir?
This commode is different strike.
Haan.
Not like 8 liter.
Nah, it is a different one, yeah.
The people selling in the shop is different.
So it doesn't have a S strap. The symphony is not there.
Not there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is a straight, and there is a special innovation which is like it's like a super flapper type of arrangement. Yeah.
So we needed to buy this one at the other market, or you sell this?
No,
one?
we will sell, na, sir. It's our product, so we will only sell. Yeah.
What's the cost difference between the models available in the market?
So abhi now it depends whether you want to go and buy a Kohler one. So if you comparable model, let's say if you buy anything which talks about the seat and the full setup, this will cost you around 15 to 17,000, all including everything. But other one, it all depends, right? The 2,000 also you can get, 50,000 also you can get. So depending upon the same quality, I think they are comparable quality. And water saving is added bonus. So we have one person, she made a villa, and that she has put this one, and she can tell her story later. Mahalakshmi is here. So that's what I mean, 15 to 17,000, ma'am. This whole full unit, yeah. So everything, ma'am. This one and this whole put. It's like the full unit, including this, yeah, everything. So that too, it will connect to the pipe, na, ma'am. This will connect to a pipe. So you have to connect to your outlet pipe. So that whole other piece of the unit will be differently priced. I am only talking about this product.
So you are selling commode, and your treatment is sewage treatment also you sell, no?
No. Sewage treatment will be like after this, you put a biodigester tank. So I will sell you this one and the biodigester tank. So dono साथ में हो गया, हाँ. Separate. Yes, that's right. So biodigester tank will be depending upon the requirement of the size. So whether it is 700 liter for one household or maybe more for a larger community. That's how it is. So Namita is here. Maybe you want to just come and say hello to everybody.
Namaskar, everybody. I'm sorry for this delay. Coming all the way from Abrahampatnam actually. So that's the reason got little delayed. Thank you for coming and showing interest to know our product and our services. So I think, thank you, sir. Thank you, all the industry owners who are here. And I think you finished your presentation.
Company introduction I will talk about the classes.
So please take benefit of this opportunity to understand the product and how your industry can become water positive and water secure. These are the two lines that I would like to emphasize on, because the future of our industry only depends if we are able to recycle and reuse our water systems. We have septic tanks which needs to be upgraded. There are systems which are very simple and can be installed in the existing industries that you have without changing too many pipeline changes or structural changes that needs to be done. So this is the reason why we are in Jedimitla, because Jedimitla is an old industrial area, and we all know that water is becoming scarce and expensive. So every model from small to large, it can be incorporated, Only thing is, of course, a small space needs to be provided, which you can look into it. And we do audit, as Michelle must have told you, and really give you a wholesome solution about how water consumption can be reduced and how treatment and reuse can be done. So I thank each one of you again. Thank you. I know ma'am very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Namita. So today specifically we'll talk about this package type unit that we are trying to explain to the people. So here if you see, so very clearly we want to distinguish between a centralized treatment plant versus a decentralized treatment plant. And as you know that the government of Telangana is investing a lot of money to build this big large mega plant, but that money is coming from the government and it gets a lot of delay. But there was a statistic which said that if every household, every society or the larger ones treat their own wastewater, then we really don't need such mega large STP plants centralized today. Because there is a census that says around 90% of these decentralized plants are not working well. So when I say not working well, if the capacity is, let's say 500 KL, they may be operating at 200 and 300 they are just discharging outside. So that is what I mean if they are not working well. So 90% of the plant has the similar situation. So and we are doing a lot of audits of these kind of plants, so we are aware that there is a problem. So this is about the residential and commercial. If you go to the industry, it is all like a paperwork, right? I don't want to say it more than that. People are not really running it the way it should be running, and that is the reality. And end of the day, as the population is growing and we are living much closer to each other, the ground table is getting contaminated, and end of the day we are only suffering long term. So the discharge, we are putting it in the drain, which end of the day percolates into my water table, and then I am doing an irrigation in a borewell laga rahe, ya fir we are doing we are pulling the water from the ground and then we are drinking that. So it's like a cycle which end of the day we are only suffering. And I'll tell you one new geo that the government is planning, that they are going to put a fee for borewell. For every borewell, they are going to put a fee. So they are going to monitor how much water you are taking from extracting from the ground, and you have to pay the money to the government. So it's like the water bill aayega, वैसे borewell का water bill aayega. Every industry will have to do that. So if you have to really long-term thinking, then you have to set the house right by investing in your STP, your ETP, and making sure that they are working well and you are able to reuse the water. So this is the preamble to what I am trying to explain today. So obviously centralized plant, we all know about it, and decentralized is like smaller colonies, apartment, villas, as ma'am told. Cost is very low. There is no sewage transfer cost is there. Next. So this is very well understood. So what is the advantage of this system that we are talking, sir, today? So number one is running cost is very low, and we'll see the comparison and you will be surprised. Low ongoing maintenance, because maintenance is the biggest problem of these kind of system which is running. Low noise, life cycle price or cost is much lower. High quality, high treatment capability, flexible space requirement because it can be also put underground, and no or less smell, because ma'am it's completely sealed. So obviously other than the pipe that you put out, there is no real open sewage you can really see or feel, right? Next. So why so treat at site, reuse at site. So low maintenance, we suggest only monthly removal of stacking goods like plastic, what ma'am asked already, and every 6 months vacuuming out excess sludge. So in some cases there could be a lot of sludge coming, so that every 6 months you have to get a desludger and get this sludge out. 6 months I am saying this, but you can do it in 12 months or 18 months. And we have seen the case where they have done in 18 months without a problem of doing that. So low power consumption does not require any dedicated manpower. So you don't need a manpower. So if you have a villa, you can put this, and there is no manpower requirement. Even if your gardener is there, if you need to just put on and off some pump for water ke liye, that's all about it. Then low maintenance, that's already explained. Low space, low noise, there is no smell, and flow rate. You can, so it can also manage on a flow rate basis also. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So as everybody is using this, it's a natural thing. So those septic tank pipes and all that, can they be used, or you have a completely your own design?
So we have done this work earlier in the past, ma'am, where the septic tank was already available on the site, which we converted into biodigester tank. So what happened, we can convert the whole septic tank into a biodigester tank, and then you don't have to desludge it ever in the way we do it in the septic tank. And septic tank mein kya hota hai, ma'am, lot of people do if it is not ground mein, if they don't do proper concreting, so it is leaching in the groundwater, which is really deadly, because it is in your campus, it's leaching into your groundwater, and then you are doing borewell and pulling the water. So it's like defeating the whole purpose of the thing that we are planning.
So you suggest that your bottle will work enough?
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am, absolutely. Yeah, next. So here is the comparison, ma'am. So this is important. So if you see, we have done a 50 KLD unit comparison of Jukaso unit, which is this one, versus a regular normal conventional STP, an SBR or an MBBR or any other technology. So operator technician, I have kept it same. Disinfectant kept it same. Maintenance and desludging, obviously the requirement is much lower, so we have put 1800 rupees per month. Inlet and outlet lab test is almost same, so we have kept it the same. So if you see, the subtotal is 12,800 for a Jukaso for other than electricity, but if you add electricity, it comes to around 16,800. Versus if you do a normal STP, it is coming to around 57,250, because electricity cost is quite high. Although I have taken the technician cost also, but technician cost ki zarurat hi nahi hai. So what I am trying to say is, like, electricity is a big advantage, because your cost of running is very low. And so if you see capex and opex over a 5-year for 50 KLD, your capex, additional capex will be recovered within 1 year. So, and capex, maybe you are talking about the whole civil, electromechanical, everything. So if you add both together, the cost is almost similar. Aisa nahi hai ki it is like super expensive. It is very similarly priced as a regular STP system.
So there you are showing.
Just go back.
Media here you are showing a zero cost.
Media, yeah.
But the normal STP you are showing.
Yeah. So so there is no media replacement requirement for 15 years, ma'am, in this one. But in that, because the quality of media is PP, sir. Sorry, what are you asking, sir?
Media means what is the product?
So media is inside, right? In the tank, there is a media. This is the media. The bacteria growth happens on this media. Yeah. So media, so 15 years you don't have to change the media, but the media that normally in any other STP, the media has to be upgraded, changed, replaced, added. So that is the cost I am talking about. So I have taken, so we have done a life cycle cost, ma'am, 5 years, and then we have taken how much it is required. So in terms of government standard, it meets all of the government standards. So there is no problem in terms of any issue related to your government standard. So less than 10 BODs and 20 COD, 50 COD. Now as the days are passing, the NGT norm and the PCB control is getting more stringent by the day. Just to give you an example, in India the BOD is less than 10 and COD is less than 50 as per the PCB requirement. Even in Thailand, it is not as stringent as in India. So when we told them that this is what India norms are, they were very surprised how India can move from 30 to 10. Earlier it was 30 BOD, now it has come down to 10. Now people are talking about 5. And as you are going ahead, and most of this pharma company and all, they do the zero liquid discharge type of plant. So it is so much more become pertinent for them to have a proper working STP system. Yeah. So quickly, just a little bit how the system works. So we have a solid separation, anaerobic, fixed film aeration, and then the sedimentation. So here there is a model you can see here. So first tank, so everything is inside the tank. So you have to connect your outlet, the outlet which is coming from your house to this system. So that is the first one, and then so all is through gravity. So obviously you don't have to spend on energy doing that. So inlet is what I already explained, 250 BOD and SS of 300. Then primary treatment already is there, and then secondary, which is the Jucaso, and then we have the sand filter and the carbon filter. So it's a very straightforward system. All this is helping in reduction of our as per requirement. So any question here? Yeah, so here in this one, so one tank, so out of this 4, one chamber is with aeration. So without aeration you can bring down the BOD of, let's say 70 or 80, but if you want to bring down to 20, you need to have some aeration. So yeah. So aeration, it depends upon the sizing, sir. How much volume of air, like for a 50 KLD, we are talking about 2.2 meter cube of air per minute. So multiplied by 60, so around 70 meter cube per hour, 70 to 80 meter cube for a 50 KLD system. No, so it depends upon so depending upon what the BOD is there, so we design the system based on that. So if the BOD is 250 or 300, then us basis pe they do the calculation of the air. So I'm giving you for a 50 KLD system we have just designed. So 2.2 meter cube per minute multiplied by 60 will be around my bad, it was not 80, 125 to 130 meter cube per hour for a 50 KLD system, which is significantly lower than any other conventional system. And then the other thing is, sir, so all the final sedimentation tank, you don't have a RAS, you always have a RAS, that is recirculation is raw recirculation is there, raw water. इसमें वैसा होता नहीं है, because there is a vacuum lift pump which uses no energy. So automatically that vacuum lift will take the sludge back to the solid separation. So if you see here, return sludge is coming from the sedimentation tank through a vacuum pump, which is no energy. There is no electricity required for that. Only you have one blower, which is for the fixed film aeration tank. That's it, and everything else is on gravity. So that's what the benefit is. So this is getting more into detail how it is working. So if there is an interest, I can take through it, and or we can have a question answer on this, and people can come and have a look at it, and then I think that will be more relevant rather than boring you guys with all this technical detail about it. This we will anyway share, Prasad will share with all of you, so you can see the details what we are talking. Next, same. So this just go back. So this is the blower, ma'am. So this is for up to 30 KLD system. We are using the diaphragm blower, and this can go on and on without any failure. Really, no failure. And there, and the blower is zero. Decibel level is less than 50. So actually, if it is running also next to you, you will not know about it. And the energy requirement is what you charge your mobile phone. Same is energy requirement for this one. Yeah. So summary, just go back. So summary is simple, ma'am, and everybody, that performance guarantee is there, lifelong is like long life is there, and low life cycle cost, as I explained, that less than 2 years you can recover the cost, and then you are only in the money. Yeah, these are some of the products for different application. but right now we are only selling 2 types, ma'am. Second and the third one. This is for larger sizes up to 100 KLD, and the right one is up to 6 KLD. So for any villa application, so that will be very relevant. So for 1 villa, 2 villa, depending upon the requirement, we can do that. So we are doing it in Hyderabad, and we have done it in Goa. Right now we have done 6 units in Goa. We have finished already.
So as you have sent the information to all your development if this PPT is also shared to all the members,
Sure.
that will also give a lot of insight and might be with the contact number.
We will do that, ma'am.
This also?
This we have not shared, but we will share that. Yeah, we will share. After this meeting, we will share. Prasad, please make a note. Oh, better share. No, we will do that, ma'am. So we will share the whole PPT and the brochure related to this particular product.
Members, we can share it.
Yes, ma'am.
So that some maybe interested, no, 10-15%.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can convert it to the orders also. For you also benefit and for the society also.
Yes, absolutely.
So it works on the net zero.
Yes, if you recycle it, it's net zero. So if you are able to recycle, utilize the water completely, so it will you are net zero net discharge. And the best part of it is that whatever we require, it is that especially the domestic wastewater or the industrial wastewater that we are getting. I'm not talking about ETP. The wastewater that can be easy. Yes, STP can be very easily, and if you see, it is actually addressing to a lot of challenges that we have while we are building an STP or an ETP or a septic tank.
It eliminates all kind of civil work. If you see these installations, they are so simple to do. Secondly, it can be modular. Sometimes we start our factories in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We don't need to centralize any STP. I'm building my factory in Ibrahimpatnam and it's a 1.5 acre. So I'm putting 3 small Jukasos there. Why I need to take my pipe from one end to the other end? So you can actually, and Vastu also I'll tell you, because I was very concerned about the Vastu. If I paint it blue, the Vastu guy said it's okay, you can install it anywhere in that. so that is the reason, and we are going to reuse the water. So wherever you have a toilet, you can have a small Jukaso there. So even if suppose something happens in one toilet and you're not able to, some issue happens in one Jukaso, the other ones are working. So you don't really shut down your complete sanitation system in the apartment or in the industry. So these are some very, very key benefits of this unit. And we have been selling them since last 3 years. But we really felt that it's now time that all the industries also should look at it because Modi ji is selling that we need to become water secure, we need to become water save, reuse, recycle, use water. And with my experience in last so many years, the reuse of water concept was very E-type in our this thing. We never thought that it is so important that we need to reuse it. I've been reusing water in so many of my projects and they have been so successful. But unfortunately, to the culture that we have, it doesn't sound good कि अरे toilet का पानी reuse करना. My first project was with one of the COVE member, and she trusted me and she gave me, and I think it's 10 years now already. I've never got a complaint from her, and they are using it. It was septic tank converted into biodigester and recycled. So those kind of benefits we can have when we plan it, and of course, septic tanks 3 times the size, we reduce it to half or 1/3 actually. So these are the benefits. You can make it in your driveway. Only we need is an access to the manhole. That's all, nothing else. So I think if you don't have anything in your industry or you want to upgrade, please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established, and with their help, we have adapted to Indian standards. We have worked on with them to adapt so that we are able to achieve that 20 less BOD and give you a 10 less with tertiary treatment. So this is the benefit of importing technology but adapting to our systems. That is very, very important.
Right now, as we are going to be the master distributor and partner for India, Sri Lanka and Nepal, but eventually we are going to set up our manufacturing to build this in India. So, so that is the long-term plan for the company, because that will bring down the cost and everything, and we can build more types in India. So that is one. And then Namita also spoke about mindset about using the STP water. I just want to give this number. We are treating 1200 KLD of water in my home Vianga, and almost 450 KL per day treated water we are discharging in the pits right now, like get drained, because they don't need that so much water. So what they have done, we are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy who is taking that treated water to the Infosys campus, because they have no water for agriculture. So 200 is yet left. So I was telling Namita, can we put a hydrogen plant and run and do energy, or maybe put an RO plant and start to drink water from there? And it is possible. So the point I am making, the water is getting scarcer by the day, and we can use this as a circular economy, and you can actually generate money from doing this in a long-term fashion. And this is not end-all system. It is not only one last solution, but we can do multiple things around it. So that is the message that we want to give as a team. Next. Yeah, next. This is what you were talking about. Just go back. So this is for the household. So you have a kitchen toilet, you have a grease trap if it's a kitchen, and then that directly to the toilet. So next. So these are some of the, this is how big they are. So they are not very big. So 1.3 meter or to maximum 2 meter, and height is around 1.8, 1.7 meter to 2 meter. Yeah, that's it. So that's it from my side. So any question, happy to take. Yeah, thank you.
Adding to what Vishal said and what Madam said, I will just share quickly one of the experience where, it became awesome for me. It was all the way in 2013 in US. Veolia residential complex sewage treatment plant. We were taken for the training there. I was working with Veolia those days. The guy there who just opened the chamber and showed me the sewage. This is what we are putting in. I said, fair enough, we know that. But then what he did is, the treated water, he put another tumbler and he drank in front of me. So it was really a shock of my life. I said, no, we are all used to this colony will drink only this water. And I was really surprised. I mean, it's a mindset, as Vishal and Madam said, that we Indians don't want to look at, drinking something like this. I'm not saying that the time has come for that, we won't be that bad, but at least we should start conserving water. A couple of other things I will share with you, Chennai Municipal Corporation at one point in time and Chennai railway stations, they wanted clear water. So finally Chennai Municipal Corporation said, please, we have sewage, take it and do it whatever you want. Similar thing has happened in Bhuj, Anjar. A cement factory there, they asked for additional water to the Anjar Municipal Corporation in Gujarat. They said, sorry, we have sewage, please take this. So that's the kind of, the trend which is being set, and slowly we will have to, get used to this kind of, this is something, an awareness as a citizen, what we should have. Furthermore, to share with you that we have tied up with now some Italian and German companies, and we are trying to increase the scope of our solution offering to effluent treatment plant for the industries also. We are looking at 3 difficult industrial effluents like textile tannery and high protein slaughterhouse effluents. So shortly we will be coming, and there could be likely similar session in next few months to introduce about those effluent treatment plants. So I will take this opportunity and request our chief guest Mr. Bakka Reddy to be at the dais and share his views about the today's water scenario, whatever concise manner he wants to tell. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. It's a very good technology. Basically, I want to just introduce myself. I'm an B.Tech civil engineer, M.Tech in environmental engineer. My whole life is in the waste management, treating of the industrial waste, either liquid or the solid. When I studied in my college level how the night soil, that's what we talk, now the treating, how they are disposing it off. See, in the rich people, they are using the toilets, and the poor people, they are carting it by manually. This is how it started in the beginning. Now as the technology comes to go for the septic tanks, slowly, septic tanks and the soak pits. Now as the technology is upgrading, now you have seen a beautiful technology in one system, underground, better treatment. Compared to that, it is a better treatment. So we can reuse and recycle the water. As you rightly said, if we are not able to drink it, at least use it for the secondary use like the plantation or greenery or flushing. Now in Hyderabad, multi-storied buildings, most of them, they are recycling the water. Recycling means now just they are using it for the flushing purpose and the green belt, what I have seen. And definitely what they are saying, this carbon absorption technology, definitely it is required to reduce the odor also. Now there are also technologies have come for the oxidation, it is not the absorption. So technologies are improving, and recently, after a very long time, I traveled by the train. Earlier the soil, night soil, what they are using in the toilet, it is on the rail, totally. Now I get wonder, there is not at all a single excreta is on the rail. Totally, it is a wonderful management. That's what I have seen. And especially in the railway station, you can see everywhere is there, you can see the excreta. But now we can't see that. So I thank for the taking up such a novel business. I can say you are making a business and the social responsibility to make sure that all the people get a good environment, good water, good health. Thank you, sir. I wish you all the best. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much.
I know Mr. Bakkareddy for last 1 decade, and I know his noble contribution towards protecting the environment. He has been heading, until date he is heading our CTP at GD Metla. I know what kind of different and difficult influence he receives, but all said and done, he treats them very faithfully and really contributing to the Srushti, to the environment, and he is an adorable presence with us. We always look forwarded, to his guidance whenever we got stuck up somewhere. I was working earlier with Pennar and Hero as a CEO, and since then I know him. So we regard him very highly, and we thank him for all his contribution to the Srushti. And Madam, I will request her to just give some memento to Mr. Bakkareddy. President, sir, may I request you to please, if you can just have a few words for us.
Good evening. It's very nice to see so many entrepreneurs and industries coming here and attending this beautiful program. I think there is a real one. GO is also there in the government. People are, yesterday somebody saying from your department that if more than 30 employees are there, you must have a sewerage, treatment plant in your factory. The GO is there. I think it's not being implemented very strictly because the lack of space, lack of awareness, or lack of funds to industries or something maybe, etc. But in new industries, it's already started. I think it is a must to have a sewerage treatment plant. But I don't know in GD Matla how far it goes well. It's all could kept, Bingo has to keep efforts to materialize this work, because even many GOs are passed, but it's not being implemented many places, in many things. But unless there is a pressure from back end, it cannot be done. As you said, it's mindset in India. You cannot do it immediately. Somebody has to pressurize. And maybe work out for the big companies. Maybe there are about 50% more than 30 employees in the company in Jedimatla may come forward to have this one. If economically it's good and it's helpful to the nature, it may be useful. People may come forward also. And it is good luck for you, sir. All the best. Thanks for the opportunity given to speak to you on this occasion.
Like you said, no, there is a question of mindset, funds. One of the issue is not having a right product to fill in this niche, and that's why we are here. So Jukas, who can always serve people with this kind of needs, fulfilling the local treatment at source of the sewage which is being generated. May I request Madam to give a small memento to President, sir. Thank you.
Take this whole collectively take this environmental mission.
Yes, yes.
In our hand that we have taken, that and along with all of you only we can do.
That's what my suggestion is, when you are sending this complete information to all industries, you just share that circular of government also.
Yes.
Yes, yes. I think coupled with that we should send. Correct. Right. I would like to always add, Banka Bio, apart from making some livelihood by offering these technology-based solutions, Madam always had a vision that this is just not the business, it's a social service. And I will trace back her philosophy of doing the business with a societal element. Like, we always, Indians, we talk about Vyashti, Samashti and Srushti. Yes, there are the three duties which we have. So we have a duty towards Srushti, and I think Banka Bio is leaving no stone unturned in performing this social service. At the same time, we will make some money for us and our employees. So once again, I thank you very much, everybody, for having your presence in such a big number and listening to us in an interactive session. And Vishal would give a vote of thanks, please.
So we had a long session. Thank you for listening to us patiently.
I would like to interrupt you here. Ma'am wants to say something.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Madhu Tyagi, Director of Confederation of Women Entrepreneur of India, and Namita is our life member and very dynamic. I met her personally in China, in Hong Kong basically. So she joined there later. So that was my first introduction, 2011. And coincidentally, we were roommates also. So she joined later and she had severe headache. I said, don't worry. We all are together to help each other. And then she spoke a lot about this particular project. And I was so impressed that she can think for future right now. And happy to see her progress. Her establishment is moving forward, and it's the social responsibility apart from the business what she is doing, and we should also do our bit to make Mother Earth livable. Thank you.
So I want to thank Bakar Reddy sir for his gracious presence, and also Praveen Reddy sir for coming and sharing your experience with the team here, and all the members who have visited and been part of this little session today. So we look forward to working with each of you and sharing our experience and taking your learnings to improve your working the way you want to see our products perform. I thank you everybody from on behalf of Namita, Shripad ji and my whole team here. So we have a high tea after this, so please help yourself. We have some tea, coffee and some small snack box which will be good at this time. So thank you again for coming, and Startup TV also. I want to thank them. They are covering this event for us. So thank you, sir, and all the team members of yours. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Entrepreneurship has been like a very, very interesting thing for me to earn for yourself, to have your own space, to express your thoughts and express your ideas of what you want to deliver. The happiness I would see on my customer was what made me start this whole thing. It was initially very, very difficult. First fear that comes in the family's mind is that they think that the world is a pervert. You have to convince them again and again, saying that what you are doing is correct. Definitely will not support you with so much of money. So that was the second challenge, was which one I faced when doing business. But when I started this eco-friendly business, I realized that when there's a banking transactions, there's some money in the bank. And with that money, I was able to raise some funds after some time. And secondly, is every money that I earned, I put it in the business. My strength was communication and liaising with companies. And I earned a lot of money doing that. Initial 2 years, where I liaised for 2-3 companies, and I earned some good commission in that, which added like a capital to me. So I built my capital, and then of course I have my husband who paid for everything. I sold some jewelry also of mine when I needed, but I'm happy I did that time. I have taken all the schemes available from the government. I came to know about the CGTMSC scheme. It is credit guarantee scheme from the government. Of course, the process was a little long because a lot of due diligence was done by the bank. But I did get that. And since then, I'm having that. And with that, I built my reputation. And then banks came up with whatever they had to. So it's not difficult to get bank loans if you are able to do the right thing at the right time. With the kind of startup culture and the fund available, it's still not that easy to get. It's just that it is available and the same procedures have to be followed. Becoming a public limited company was a really raise in our value, not just on the value on the money side, but what I have seen that it raised the value of the company's commitment, responsibility, as well as its virtue of saying that we are there and we are committed to the cause. And whichever company was associating, they also felt that they are serious guys and they're not here for just for a few years. So that's what I feel today, that going to IPO was a very, very good idea. The journey has been very, very beautiful. A lot of things I learned in the way that how really Indians are. And I feel very proud that I could make a company or a corporate organization where we have given almost 900 people employment. And if we would not have come to this level, I don't think so we would be able to support so many families.
She started as a career where she was jewelry designer and she used to work with some of these jewelry shops and manufacturers in Surat. And that's where she faced the real problem of sanitation, when there was no toilets and she was struggling herself. And that went to have a personal problem in terms of kidney stone for her, because she was not using the loo for a very extended period of time and not drinking water and stuff like that. So that is her personal experience which made her to do something on the sanitation side for women, and then also directly impacting positively to the environment. Then we as a team sat together and said, "Kaise, how we should really do this?" And that's how we come and we thought we put a strategy in place and we are where we are today.
So we wanted to increase our portfolio of offerings and solutions that we were offering. The first reason is that sanitation and water is a very, very focused kind of a business, where sanitation is left for the government themselves. Then later on we realized that we have addressed to the sanitation and water together. And that's how we started looking out for water treatments in urban areas. Earlier we were focused completely on rural and peri-urban. Now we want to focus on urban. So now how do we build our capacities? So when we acquired this company was acquired to help us build that capacity, increase our product range in the same solution, offer more solutions to our customers, and not like become like a one-stop solution for water and sanitation situations. In 2015-16, I was like running this whole thing alone, and suddenly the company was growing at the speed of 70, 80, 100% every year. And I just could not manage the whole thing. And so Sanjay came for a rescue for me, and he said, okay, I will join it. He quit his corporate job and he helped take up my finance and everything. and he became the managing director. Later on, with my brother, he is a mechanical engineer and an MBA from ISP, was wanting to do something in this field because he also was connected to me directly or indirectly for a very long time. And he said that it's time for him also to do something worthwhile. And that's why he decided to quit his job, and he came here and became the CEO of the company.
Imagine there is no water when you get up in the morning. It's like you cannot even dream to live in that world, right? And we are providing that service or that comfort to our clients, our directly or indirectly. I think that is the big satisfaction that makes us go about. Today, the sanitation where we are focusing is more on the urban sanitation, where post your consumption of water, whatever is the treatment that we are talking, the wastewater, waste and wastewater treatment more on the liquid side. Today, there are hundreds of companies operating in a very super fragmented market. We want to change all of that. We want to bring some method to the madness that is happening. People are like the builders, they are all thinking, let's save some money. We are saying you may save some money, but you're bringing back into your own brand over a period of time if your wastewater treatment systems are not working and you're delivering to the buyer who's spending 4 crore, 5 crore for a project or an apartment, right? So we want to change all of that. So we want to make that impact to say, guys, we will do this for you. We want to show to the world that this is money-making business. And if you do it well, it can really alter the way we think about sanitation, environment, all of that. But what we are trying to do is how we can really solve the real core issue of wastewater treatment, how we can use that water for purposes that we are not using today, and we can give it back to the society. Today, just to give an example, if you're talking about in a big society, there is 100% water usage, 60% or 50% can be reused, and 50% is now actually thrown in the drain. Now imagine there are so many societies across all these big metro cities and all. We want to use that water and use it 100% recyclable to the society. So imagine the impact that we are talking. One society would generate, let's say 2000 apartment will generate more than 1 million liter wastewater every day. We want to circulate that, and we want to do that for 500 societies. So imagine we are talking of 500 to 1 billion liter of water recycled every day on our platform. And then extend that opportunity to do this work for water. We can give water for gardening, we can give water for city usage. There are so many opportunities.
Acclimatizing people or having them understand, you can use the term awareness here, that there has to be beyond the obvious. So environmental, social, governance, etc. When we talk about the company ESG, those things matter, and it's not very easy for people to understand things at first hand.
All our solutions are environmentally friendly. They have resource recovery element.
We treat the water, wastewater, etc. It's not easy for people to take it first hand. It takes a lot of effort on our part to have them understand this thing and then probably adapt to something.
So the product is a normal WC which has a flapper based system, and it controls the flow of water. When you flush it with the foot, and it is operated by the foot, so foot lever it has. So when you press with the foot, the flapper opens and lets out the water. So this generally happens that most of the time we are only using it for toilet, and when you're urinating and all, it is like you don't need to flush the whole flush tank of 15 liters. So this helps in reducing the consumption of water from almost 15 liters or 9 liters of normal tank to 1 to 1.5 liter only. So that, and it is a normal way to maintain it. There is no special maintenance required for it. Normal cleaning has to be done. That's it. And it is a life of almost 35 years. It's a complete WC in itself. So if you want to exchange in your house, it's just an hour's job for us. You just take out your old WC and fit it. It is so simple.
We are serving the society while doing business. So social, environmental, and economic, all the three framework. What people call triple P, or people, planet, profit. So we are a very good example of that.
We now are in a position to go international. So the way we have served the Indian society, would like to serve the other countries, including Africa, where the need is very high. And I guess we are prepared for that.
I did my MBA in Germany. It gave me an international perspective, looking at things, family business, then let's say MNCs, for all the different perspectives. Today, I am in a much better position to contribute to the company, to the community, to the society at large.
I have mostly been responsible for, I would say, proliferation of the company within the country and outside, representing the company, the work that the company did. I write a lot, speak, including at the United Nations. The thing is, what company has been doing, accomplishing, by all the team members, I, take it to the world through my written and oral skills.
We lost our parents very early in our life, so we are very bonded as friends actually. Although we are siblings, but we are more friends.
So I was like more of a think tank for her, and she would just call me and say, Vishal, I want to do this, can you give me your idea?
So other than think tank, I was also like sort of a financial support, and always like as a brother, sister, I want this much money, and so she will always come back to me.
So I've been the stable one and she's like the dreamer, so that's how we work together.
And I'm really proud to see the way she has grown from where she started to where we are.
We fight, we argue, but I think the underlying bond between two of us is very, very strong, and I think that's what driving both of us.
One thing I really like about her is she just loves people, right?
If somebody is suffering,
she would really care for them.
I think that is one of the very hardest quality for an entrepreneur, because being a small company, we have been able to bring in very interesting policies for my employees, which is normally unheard in a company of our size. She is headstrong. I think that reflects, okay, she want to do this, so it has to be done.
Her commitment, I think, is another aspect she has a trait she has, and that's what clearly reflects in the business. She is not afraid of asking help. I think that directly reflects. So the ego is not there, right?
People who get associated with us, they don't leave us. The reason is very simple, because we take care of it.
To begin with, may I request Mr. V.V. Ramaraju, Co-Chairman, FICCI Telangana State Council, to deliver the formal welcome address.
A very warm welcome to the Northeast Roadshow here in the beautiful city of Hyderabad, in the vibrant state of the Telangana. I am truly privileged and honored to have this opportunity to welcome such an esteemed gathering for this initiative. We are here today in anticipation of the upcoming Northeast Global Investor Summit. This summit, organized by the Ministry of Department of the Northeastern Region, shortly called DONOR. This is aiming to showcase the tremendous business potential that the Northeastern states possess. And it also presents an incredible opportunity for all of us to explore and capitalize the tremendous prospects that are available and possessed by the region. I am also delighted to announce that FICCI, the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is proud to be a partner of this ministry in this unique initiative. The region, Northeast region, with its 8 states, boasting immense cultural diversity and breathtaking landscapes, it's a treasure of trove of untapped potential. It is also a region where tradition and modernity blend seamlessly, creating a unique and vibrant business environment. The business location of the Northeast sharing international borders like Bhutan, China, Myanmar, and Bangladesh provides a unique advantage for trade, connectivity, and investment. It serves as a gateway to the Southeast Asian markets, opening up avenues to cross-border collaborations and economic growth. To add to this, furthermore, the Northeast is blessed with abundant natural resources, ranging from hydrocarbons and minerals to fertile agricultural lands and pristine forests. These resources present a tremendous avenues for growth, particularly in sectors like energy, mining, agriculture, food processing, pharmaceuticals, textiles and handlooms, tourism, and infrastructure development. These opportunities within the sectors are vast and waiting to be tapped, explored, and harnessed for the betterment of the region and its people. Today we are honored to have the presence of these esteemed guests who have graced us with their distinguished experience and presence. Mr. Moses Chalaya, Secretary of the Northeastern Council, brings with him the wealth of knowledge and experience in driving this development of this region. We also have the privilege of welcoming Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary, Minister of Donor. With his expertise and dedication for this initiative has been instrumental in advancing the goals of the Northeastern region. In addition to, we are joined by senior officials from the 7 northern states. We have been working tirelessly to create an enabling environment and ecosystem for the business and investment. Their presence here today gives us and shows us that government is commitment in improving, supporting and promoting the Northeastern region as a thriving business destination. It is also a testament to the vision and determination of our leaders to harness the vast potential of the Northeast region and create a robust economic environment and ecosystem that fosters inclusive growth and development. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique opportunity before us today. By exploring business opportunities, the Northeast, we can also expand, not only expanding it, but also venturing into other joint ventures, but also to contribute to social economic development of the region. The Northeastern region states eagerly waiting to welcome investors, entrepreneurs, and collaborators who can help unleash their true potential and create a win-win scenario for all the stakeholders. The roadshow here today serves as a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. It is also an occasion to connect and engage with the key stakeholders, understand the investment climate and environment, and forge meaningful partnerships. I would urge and request each one of you to actively participate in discussions, network and follow up with industry leaders, and explore the vast potential that the Northeast holds and possesses. Let us all seize this opportunity to create lasting partnerships and continue to the growth of the Northeastern region. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished guests present here today. Your presence here signifies your belief in the immense opportunity that the Northeast offers. Thank you for being part of this Northeast event, this momentous event, and I wish you all a fruitful discussions, valuable connections, and a memorable experience and takeaways. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Mr. Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Donor, to kindly make the theme presentation. This by way of introduction to the Northeast.
Most important guests of today, the captains of industry, business champions, prospective investors in the Northeast. I stand before you just to give you a sort of overview of what the Northeast is all about in terms of the potential that it holds for investment. Not many of us may know as much about it as one should, I guess. You will, of course, have a chance to listen to all the states who are present here today, talk about their own states, the potentials, their areas of priority, etc. Let me first start by putting before you, sharing with you, two very important comments in speeches that the Honorable Prime Minister of India made about the Northeast. In the first, he described the Northeast of India as having the potential to be the new growth engine of the country. In the second, he described the 8 states of the Northeast India as the Ashtalakshmi of India. And these are with good reason, as you will see in the subsequent slides. So what is it that the Northeast offers by way of something that is unique, something different, and then as an advantage that it possesses over many other states? Let's look at the demographic of the states. It has a very favorable land to population ratio. 7% of India's land and only 3.7% of India's population. By 2030, it is expected that 37 million will join the working age population. Almost around 82% of the population is literate. It's a biodiversity hotspot with 65% forest cover, 7,500 species of plants, and 183 species of animals. It has huge mineral resources, the largest onshore reserve of petroleum and natural gas, followed by coal, limestone, sandstone, granite, iron, and silicon. There's abundance of water, essential for any industrial activity. The network of rivers offer great potential for navigation. There's in excess of 50,000 megawatts of hydropower potential, which is there to be tapped. Perhaps the best known Northeast resources are its agricultural resources, tea, rubber, bamboo, and the horti produces. By way of industrial and trade infrastructure, it offers 125 industrial parks. There are 4 notified special economic zones in the region, 38 land custom stations, 5 integrated checkpoints, and 12 border huts, 10 across Bangladesh and 2 across the border of Myanmar. So, when we look at the Northeast, how does it fare in terms of the infrastructure, its connectivity? Well, it has 17 operational airports, 2 of which are international airports, extensive road network. The road density at 144 kilometers per every 100 square kilometers is higher than the national average of 115 kilometers per 100 square kilometers. Huge network of national highways, state highways, and district roads. The trilateral highway, which starts in the northeast, going down from Myanmar to Thailand, is also a work in progress. There are 20 national waterways. There exists a protocol on inland water transit with Bangladesh. We have access to Mongla and Chittagong seaports in Bangladesh. The Matabari deep sea port is also coming up in another couple of years. As far as railway is concerned, we have excess of 2,700 kilometers of network already available, which will finally connect all state capitals and important locations. The Trans-Asian Railway also is to pass through the Northeast, Bangladesh, and other parts of Asia. There is a lot that the state governments and especially the central government has done by way of improving infrastructure, etc., which we are well aware of. Let me put a number to it. First of all, there are 55 ministries and departments of central government which are mandated to spend 10% of their gross budgetary support. In 2022-23, this was around 82,000 crores. This year, it is expected to cross 94,000 crores. As far as externally aided projects are concerned, projects that are ongoing are worth 23,500 odd crores, and another 72,000 odd crores worth of projects are in the pipeline. But this is not enough. The region still needs people like you, people from the private sector, to come in and invest. And the question that one would obviously ask is, why should we come? So to summarize very quickly, first of all, with all the infrastructure that is coming up, has been set up in the region, the cost of logistics is reducing. The cost of living is already low, so you get cost competitiveness. There's high quality of regional resources and products, agricultural, minerals, etc., so you get quality resources. Like I mentioned, by 2030, 37 million are expected to join the working age population. It's a working age population, and it's a population that is aspirational, eager to work, so you get a young, talented workforce. And of course, it is the gateway to the Southeast Asian markets, so it is very strategically located. Based on our assessment and detailed discussions that we've had with investors, chambers of commerce, and of course the state governments, we were able to identify 7 priority sectors for purposes of investment. The first one, of course, is agri, food processing and allied sectors, education and skill, entertainment and sports, healthcare, textile, handlooms and handicrafts, IT and IT-enabled sector, and tourism and hospitality. I'll quickly go through the sectors one by one. Agri and allied sector, 50% of the country's total tea production comes from this region. That's 1/6 of the total world production of tea. Sikkim is the fully organic state, and in their presentation, I'm sure they're going to talk about this. There's skilled manpower available with so many agricultural universities in the region. There's a huge pool of skilled manpower available. Infrastructure, medicinal plants with over 40% of India's total endemic plant species available in the region. And produce, of course, like bamboo, rubber, tea, spices, flowers, fruits, etc. So what are the opportunities that these offer? There is opportunity in food processing, especially of vegetables, fruits, spices, etc. Post-harvest and cold chain infrastructure. Agricultural inputs, rubber and bamboo processing, breweries and distilleries. So the challenge here is to how best evacuate the produce of the region to other parts of the country and beyond. So this is the opportunities that are available here. Education and skill, like I mentioned, high literacy rate. There are many institutions of national importance, with the IITs, IIMs, NITs available in the region. There are 72 Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras, which have trained 13.6 lakh trainees from 2016. There's a Northeast Skill Center that has been established in Assam. There's an Assam Skill University, and another one, I believe, that is being set up in Tripura. The opportunities are in the areas of setting up private school with international curriculum, etc. Like I said, this is an aspirational population. Demand for high quality education, vocational and skill training, finishing schools, etc. With all of this, the region actually has the potential to be an international education hub. Entertainment and sports. This is another emerging sector which is very popular, sports, entertainment, very popular in the Northeast, and rightly so that it is being called the sporting powerhouse of the country. As an industry, sports as an industry has been recognized in Mizoram. There are traditional theaters and a vibrant film industry. You would be aware of the Assam, the Manipur, Mizoram, so many movies that have come out which have been recognized internationally. It is known as the land of festivals, with the better known ones being the Hornbill Festival, Sangai Festival, Zero Musical Festival, etc. So the opportunities here are to set up sports academies, management of professional sports, setting up of film studios, filmmaking, and curating new festivals around music and culture, not just in the region, but taking artists and these talented people to the other parts of the country. Virtual reality, animation, and gaming is another region, is another area which is there to be tapped. As far as healthcare is concerned, you would be aware that Assam and Sikkim are recognized as pharma hubs. Medical professionals, with the large number of medical colleges, etc., being available, there is a large pool of medical professionals that are there. There are over 2,000 facilities of public health care systems, private health care systems available in the Northeast region. Traditional medicine and healing practices are very popular, not just in the region, but outside it also. And you would also be aware that over 1,000 health and wellness centers are being opened under the National Ayush Mission in the Northeast region. So again, pharmaceuticals and medical manufacturing devices is one area where opportunities are available. Medical value tourism, telemedicine, medical education, hospitals and diagnostics, and critical care facilities. IT and IT-enabled sectors. You would be aware that the third international internet gateway has been set up in Agartala. There are IT parks available in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Manipur. There is a special economic zone for IT coming up in Imphal. The Ministry of Electronics and IT has launched the Northeast BPO promotion scheme, which provides huge incentives in this sector. There's a large population which is English speaking and trained. These create the opportunities for setting up data centers, setting up BPOs, KPOs, IT-enabled sectors, facilities, IT training and education, IT parks, tech cities, and e-commerce. Textile and handloom, another very, very well-known sector. We have 7.5 lakh handloom weavers and 2.38 lakh handlooms in the region. 22.86% of the total silk production of India comes from the Northeast region, and you have the well-known varieties of Eri and Muga silk. The largest importers of the silk is USA, followed by UAE, UK, and Italy. There is traditional jewelry that is made from bamboo, feathers, and beads, and bamboo and cane handicrafts, furniture, etc. All this lends itself very well into the global demand for environment-friendly products. Demand for design centers of handloom is there in the country, in this region, to tap into the talent that is there, the resources that are available there. textile manufacturing. There has been a recent upsurge in use of specialty fibers like banana fibers, water hyacinth, pineapple leaf, etc. Setting up of apparel and garment factories, branding, marketing, and retail. The last sector, which is tourism. Like I said, it has a unique biodiversity. The natural beauty is brilliant. For those who've been there would understand what I'm saying. The tourist fall is now picking up. Post-COVID, data shows that tourist footfall is picking up in the Northeast region. It has 19 national parks and 65 wildlife sanctuaries, including 2 World Heritage Sites. Adventure and ecotourism are very, very popular here, trekking, camping, rafting, etc. And Northeast region is the home to many historical and religious sites. The opportunities for setting up of hotels, resorts, and especially homestays is tremendous. MICE tourism is picking up tremendously, and they're looking at newer and newer places to visit. Adventure tourism, the potential is enormous. Opportunities for destination development, river cruises, etc. So these are the sectors that I have briefly outlined. More detailed presentation on this will be made by the states, and then discussions that will follow in the B2B, B2G meetings. Just like to quickly update the House on what we've done so far. For the Hyderabad Roadshow, we've had, I think, close to 350 registrations, and many of you who are present here, so thank you for that. In Bombay, we had, I think, close to 400 odd registrations and about 300 attendees. So the going is good, the momentum is building up for the Northeast Global Investor Summit. At the state level, we've had participation of over 290 investors. Thus far, before coming to Hyderabad, we've got a commitment of over 40,000 crores already. The states have identified a shelf of investable projects, which they will talk about. We've held state roundtables. I want to emphasize here that this is not a Ministry of Donor show. This is Ministry of Donor acting just as a catalyst, as a facilitator. It is actually the states which own these projects. It's the states which will be talking to you and telling you about the opportunities a little more. During the state roundtables, we've actually had an opportunity to share learnings about investment promotions with the states amongst themselves. There has been policy benchmarking, etc. Ease of doing business. 6 out of the 8 states already have single window systems. The other 2 are work in progress, which will be completed very shortly. Industrial promotion agencies are being set up, and industrial land banks have already been identified for the purpose of industry. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I would once again welcome all of you to the Northeast. Thank you very much.
We have some people here who are from Hyderabad who have invested in the region, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to listen to them. May I invite Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Head Strategic Business Development from Responsible Resustainability Limited, formerly Ramki.
I think this is one wonderful step taken by Department of Northeast Region and the audience present and the guests present for having this show at Hyderabad. Selecting Hyderabad as one of the cities for doing this kinds of roadshow and telling us about what are the potentials in the Northeast region is really a good thing. And as far as the company where I have been asked, I have to share my experience of working in Northeast. I would just like to say that We are from RE Sustainability Limited, and the company is right now mainly doing all kinds of resource recovery and reuse, get more material out of the waste which is being generated by each one of us, by the industries, by the hospitals, by the construction demolition, by the electronic waste, and whatever is not being used, we are doing that. We are present not only in 29 states across the country, but we are also present in the Middle East, in US and in Singapore. We are handling more than 25,000 clients across the world, and we are present across all the globe. The major focus of the company is to ensure that the waste management should not become a waste management, but it should become a resource recovery which gives less waste going to the environment. So we are into reduction, we are into resource recovery, we are into reuse of the waste. Hyderabad is one of the largest, having the largest resource recovery plant in Dundigal here and in Jawahar Nagar. If anyone wishes to, from the northeast, if anyone wishes to see it, it is a live example to see how 8,000 tons of municipal garbage, the entire waste which the entire northeast 8 states are generating, is getting handled here. Not only that, more than 12 lakh metric tons of hazardous waste is getting managed across the country in different states. Also, roughly around 45,000 beds of hospital waste is getting handled. So when it comes to Northeast, what we understand, and it was a very clear understanding that what is the potential of the states. It has got all kinds of landlocked states, states which is having shares boundary to the sea, states which have boundaries to the international neighbors. So it has got a lot of potential. Government is already doing a lot of work to ensure that there is the connectivity, which was a major issue, and over the last few years we are seeing that the connectivity overall has increased a lot. We get many places reachable with a single stop or maybe direct stop by flight. So the connectivity and the growth has been a very high potential in the entire state. With that, we started working to look into how that we can protect the pristine environment by ensuring that the waste which is coming out from the different processes in the state gets managed and there is no pollution to the environment. So in the last 3.5 years, we have been able to interact with each of the corporations there, municipal corporations, government and industrial development corporations. And we have got a very good overwhelming response from the government through these institutions. Right now we have been able to have agreements with 3 states. One is Assam, for which we are catering to provide the hazardous waste management for the waste coming out from the drilling units of all the oil units there. So the plant is likely to get operational in another 8 months or so. It is coming up at Dibrugarh. The other plant we worked with the Arunachal Pradesh government for setting up of a biomedical facility, because the state lacks all this waste which is coming out from the treatment of the hospitals, and these wastes are highly contagious. This needs to be treated within 48 hours as per regulation, and they cannot be just thrown anywhere. With the COVID experience, the government has become very keen there, and we have set up a facility in Arunachal Pradesh. We are also working very closely with Sikkim for handling all their pharma waste which is coming out. So these are the 3 states, and by doing so, there is an overwhelming response from the government to put in the facilities in their states or their cities. The response from the government has been really worth, and I would like to mention that they are going giving so much of priority because basically this is a waste resource recovery is such an important activity that not only brings in whether international investors, but also is a requirement of the time both in terms of human and nature environment. So the response has been very positive, sir. And whether it is terms of clearances, whether it comes of permitting, and even we are getting support in terms of some financial incentives. I wish this should continue, and this is what I would just like to congratulate all the states of Northeast region and the organizers to organize this such kind of event. These are the things I would just like to close on. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to share our experience.
This is just one example of how the Northeast is facilitating and attracting investments. To add to this, may I now invite Mr. Nagaraju AL, he is Managing Director of Devi Energies, to share his experience in the Northeast.
We have taken up the initiative of developing a hydropower project in Arunachal Pradesh in the year 2014. Our project is one among 161 licenses government has allotted to various companies. Over the time, this is the only project that has seen the light. I want to confine myself to cover the contribution and the support that I received from the government while execution of this project, and the infrastructure availability while executing this project, and the availability of the manpower. These are the main issues for any industry to go up. Coming to the government support, this is an extraordinary initiative from the government, and they have really extended their best cooperation from time to time. But this being a Himalayan state, most of the terrain is hilly terrain. This state borders with almost 4 countries. There are infrastructure bottlenecks, like in terms of transmission system availability, connecting roads, availability of skilled manpower. Somehow, we overcame all these issues and we commissioned this project in 2019. This project serves the villages and the districts bordering Bhutan and China, West Kameng, East Kameng and Tawang. Now, we are looking forward to develop a couple of such projects, both hydro and solar projects in the northeastern states. After this meeting is over, we will explore with other states. I really appreciate this kind of initiative from FICCI and northeastern states. We look forward to attend such kind of things to mobilize investments in the prospective states.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaraju, for your kind and encouraging words. I'm sure many of you would have taken note of the positive experience that he has had in the Northeast. May I now invite, we are privileged to have with us actually the Secretary Northeastern Council. The Northeastern Council is a regional planning body and coordinates a lot of developmental work in the Northeast. Mr. Moses Chalai, the Secretary of the Council, is here with us. May I request him to kindly deliver the special address.
To this second investment promotion roadshow in Hyderabad, which is the prelude to the much anticipated Northeast Global Investor Summit, which is going to be the first of its kind for the NER. Though we understand that many states, including the state of Telangana, they conduct these events regularly, and they have resulted in tremendous, in fact, incoming of investment and growth in the past. And therefore, it's time that we also are, getting ready to move in that path. The intent and action happening is consistent and for quite some time, and our aim is to unlock the immense potential within Northeast region of the country. One is that yes, we are, as also have amply shown, particularly by Harpreet, and what are all those potentials that are there, the opportunities that can be availed. But we are also here to say that the team, whether it's Ministry of Donor, whether it's FICCI, Invest India, NSC, and more important, equally important is the states themselves, the 8 states of the NER. They all are here to support and facilitate
in a very, very focused and consistent manner. To every investor who will come for investment and trade. And as also mentioned, this is in line with what the Honorable Prime Minister and the other leaders of the country have been, including my own minister, Minister of Donor, has been emphasizing for quite some time as the new growth engine of the country of India. Prime Minister also has, Honorable Prime Minister also has emphasized time and again how investment and economic growth needs to come to an India, which will eventually lead to this generation of employment or creation of jobs. Substantial investment has taken place. The 10% GBS, gross budgetary support, that comes from the non-exempted ministries and departments of Government of India. And this is apart from the fiscal transfers which the states also get from Government of India and also their own internal resource generations. What I'm trying to say that much is happening in the region. For instance, in the last 5 years, some 3,100 kilometers of roads worth of about 58,000 crores have been completed. And quite a few of them are four-way laning and most of it are double laning. Railways have sanctioned for about 2,000 kilometers with worth about 74,000 crores of rupees. And in fact, scores and scores of tunnels which has been built in running in hundreds of kilometers, and day and night work is happening on the ground. Aviation has seen such a boon. I mean, the last few years, we all who come from Northeast will bear testimony to this fact. To the extent that today, Guwahati has flight about 91 flights, the last count. Starts at 5:30 a.m. in the morning and ends at about 11:30 p.m. in the night. And likewise, there are other airports which are also coming up very fast. Imphal, Agartala, and all other airports. And the number of flights within and without the region is increasing by the day. And that power availability definitely is much better. In fact, many, even in the rural area, we're getting 18 hours, 20 hours in a day power. Though from state to state it differs, but everyone is picking up. There are about infrastructure, when we talk about 2,000 branches of banks, of which about 900 are SBI, State Bank of India. Health sector is picking up in a big way. Education, yes, definitely. And the other day, I was interacting with this USTM, one university, private, which has come up in Badihat in Meghalaya, border of Assam and Meghalaya. They have about 5,000 students within about 10 years. And they are aiming 10,000 students within the campus. And it's within striking distance. Likewise, quite a few other universities and educational institutions have come up. The law and order, by and large, has improved considerably. Many places, I think they're definitely much safer than other parts of the country. We do have some area which are of concern. Unfortunately, of course, we are here in my own state, that is Manipur, of late has not been in news for the best of reasons. But I know overall it has improved, and which means that, of course, we are in a climate of, which will support good business. So need of the hour is private investment. We are surrounded more than 95-96% by foreign countries, as we all know, and surrounded by some of the fastest growing economies of the world. ASEAN countries in the east, the north, China, which is the second biggest, and in terms of PPP, said to have overtaken USA. Bangladesh south, of course, Bhutan north, which of course is a small economy in that sense. But all this put together also shows that the region can do as well as the neighbors. And it's something really a point for all of us to think about. The resources of various kinds are available, which has been presented in the last presentation. I will not repeat them. And we do have a good number and population of bright, young, educated, and creative population willing to join, and wanting to join, in fact, the workforce. Very, very important. So you can also get a good set of talented, creative, and bright, educated workforce. I would also want to share that we also have dynamic and very open and willing political leadership. Some of our chief ministers are among the brightest, and they all know much more open to economic development, investment, and private sector to take over this aspect of growth. As I said, the infrastructure will be taken by, we were saying, the government. But the biggest mismatch is the lack of inadequate investment happening from the private sector. And that's where we would like to urge and plead with you that you need to come, and that the environment, the overall, that ecosystem is gearing up to receive the investment, unlike even in recent past. And we also have got very bright, very knowledgeable and passionate team of officials and bureaucracy. That's also very, very important. Very quick to catch up. So all this put together, plus the connectivity we have mentioned about, but it's also important that the Matarbari, that deep seaport, which is only about 70 kilometers from, I think, Sabrum, if I got it correctly. That Sabrum is the tip point of the Tripura, and all the railways are converging into Tripura and to Sabrum. And from there, we can jump into Bay of Bengal. And from there, we can bring in the raw materials, the products, and also our producers and products can come out. To have access to the sea is extremely important, and that's happening now. The other is that, of course, river waterways, which a lot is happening, and the ministry himself is from the region, and so through Brahmaputra and Ganga, we can also link up to the Bay of Bengal and to the rest of the world and the country. Very, very important, and one area that now the region is focused. Therefore, that landlocked and that disadvantage that we have will be to a good extent overcome by this development. And Matarbari, that deep seaport, which will be able to house and anchor and bring the biggest of sea vessels, ships. We should be ready by 2027. The Japanese team, the population of about 5 crores within the region. That itself, don't you think, is a very good market? So, in fact, I know that import substitute, so to say, is also one area that can be seriously thought of it, and you will also have good market from the region. Very important. And also I'm about to conclude, the IT is one area that can really, really come up. We, of course, have got the agro-based industries, tourism, which can be very, very big, the education, the medical, all of them put together, all very important. But I would like to emphasize on this, that IT, which does not discriminate. 15, 20 years back, when we read about internet, one thing everyone used to say, and I'm told this was quoted somewhere in a meeting abroad, was that the people from the third world country says that internet does not discriminate, you know. So the net which is coming and it's picking up. In fact, we are also getting now some from the international gateway from Cox's Bazar also start coming into the broadband to the region, and therefore we are ready. Any business which can be done through technology and IT, and technology IT is extremely important. It's no coincidence today that the 5 biggest capitalized companies are pure in the world. 4 are pure technology. And out of 5, brick and mortar is only 1. We all know that Aramco, Saudi Aramco. So it's no coincidence that the internet, the net, the 5G, the 4.0 industry is coming in a big way, and it's here to stay. And that's where the region is much more better prepared. That's how I see than many other places. On 22nd June, I know my friend Mr. Tari is also here, Hage Tari. We all were there in Pasigat, and we did a very, very quiet kind of, initiation of these 5G applications. I'm made to understand that the 5G applications have not happened much across the country. The technologies are there, but not really deployed on the ground. And if they're there, I'm not very sure where are they, but it has happened in Northeast. And it's picking up the 5G applications. And all the 4.0 industry, whether it's Internet of Things, 5G applications, artificial intelligence, machine learning, 3D printing, very, very important. They all are interrelated, and they are here. We are facing them every day, and the region, I think, can really pick up in this region, in this part. So please think seriously to come to us with this possible investment in this area. Finally, I would like to say that the NER states, Ministry of Donor, FICCI, Invest India, and the NEC and all of us are here to help and facilitate in a very focused, consistent manner, unlike maybe in the past, and the time to invest in Northeast region is now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very insightful speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the first part of this program, the first session, it's my pleasant task to thank you all. I'll not take much of your time, but would definitely like to thank you all for joining us. Mr. Moses Chalai, the Secretary NEC, thank you, sir, for speaking to us, for being here. It was very insightful listening to you. Mr. Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary Donor, thank you, sir, for the brilliant presentation that we had. Mr. Ramaraju, thank you for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary NEC pointed out, you see, thank you very much for that, sir, that you highlighted the international connect that the Northeast has. The Northeast, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the map, is truly India's gateway to the East, not just Southeast Asia, to the East. You see, with the existing connectivity agreements that we have with Bangladesh, the existing agreements that we have with Myanmar, the projects that are being developed, the Northeast is actually ready to start trading, to start doing business with all these countries, and it has begun. This is the time when people should take advantage and invest in the Northeast to be the first mover. One example is the riverways. In Bangladesh, with Bangladesh, India has a protocol on transportation through riverways, which gives us access to their riverways and which gives us access to the ports in Chittagong and Mongla, and now very soon to the port at Matabari. just imagine the amount of trade that can flow through the riverways, given that the riverways are a much cheaper way of transporting goods and passengers. Anybody investing in vessels operating in the riverways, I think would make a killing. I know there are many people here who are from Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has a wide shipping industry, a very impressive shipping industry. I think you could look at that opportunity also. Then the Northeast has a huge repository of medicinal plants. Hyderabad being a hub of pharmaceuticals, I think that's one area you should look at. Every state has something to offer. You should definitely look at that. And states like Sikkim, to some extent Assam, have already become pharmaceutical hubs. Most of the major companies have set up operations in these states. And I think if you are not there, you are missing the bus. Please join us in the Northeast. So there are many other areas, tourism, many other areas which have been highlighted. Let me not go into details. You will all be meeting the state governments after this session. And then we have presentations by the state governments also. But suffice it to say, the Northeast is a region which you cannot afford to ignore if you really want to grow your business. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us and welcome to the Northeast. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would have liked to give a short break for tea. But then, given that we are a little behind schedule, I think I would like to continue with the presentations. Tea is, of course, available outside. Anybody feeling thirsty can please step out, pick up a cup of tea, and come back inside. We'll move on to the next session. The first presentation we have is from Mr. Nikhil Pant. He is founder of Lakshya and a former chief program executive of the National Foundation for CSR, IICA Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. So, Mr. Nikhil Pant, over to you.
I was with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs about 10 years ago when the CSR mandate was initiated and it became part of this, the Companies Act 2013. As of 1st of April 2014 it started. In fact, this is the 10th year of CSR. The topic of my presentation over the next 12 to 15 minutes is opportunities of investment under the CSR in the Northeast region. The opportunity for CSR to partner the Northeast is never better as compared to what it is today. In fact, in the morning today only I received the latest newsletter from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs where they have highlighted the importance of, and I'm just going to show this to you before I actually even start, that Control L. If you see, I don't know, this is sounding too small, I guess. Is it a little better like this? While you can't read this, I will just read out the newsletter. It says, in contrast, the government has just come out with a circular basis data assessment. And it says that there is very lopsided investment of CSR. There has been more than 1 lakh of crores spent on CSR over the last 8 to 9 years. And if you see that the amount spent on CSR in the Northeast is almost about 1%. So I'm just reading out what the ministry has written to all the corporates. And I thought I would mention this, sir, before I actually start the presentation because I came across this newsletter only in the morning today. It says, in contrast, the Northeast states of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim and Tripura received a mere 0.91% of the funds in FY 2021. Some other reasons could be the lack of infrastructure and resources for implementing CSR projects in the region, for which I believe that capacity building is a major requirement. And in fact, the IDAN team is here. Can the IDAN team please raise their hand? Part of that group took a CSR course that we conducted from one of the CSRs, which is the HCL Foundation. Partly it could be because lack of awareness about the importance of CSR among companies operating in the regions receiving lower funds. This is concerning. Now the ministry is saying this is concerning as the smaller regions are the most socio-economically and culturally diverse in the country and have a high incidence of poverty and underdevelopment. It is imperative. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs is using the word imperative. It is imperative that there is a balance of local area preference with national priorities to avoid any concentration of CSR funds in specific regions. the board of the corporations may, on their own initiative, be required to take measures needed to augment the CSR funds for areas where development is needed. So this is a very important, I would say, advisory that the ministry has given to all the corporates through this newsletter, which is a monthly newsletter. In my presentation, I'm going to try to mention that this year being the G20 presidency for India, we are all aware that there has been a slowdown because of post-COVID, economic slowdown across the world. It is a great opportunity for corporates to invest in those areas where government is rolling out the red carpet. And as I heard from the morning from the secretary, from the joint secretary and the others who spoke, that the bureaucracy is very welcoming, the people are friendly, and the government, as I have just mentioned, the ministry, the controlling ministry for the corporates, which is the MCA, is exhorting corporates that please take your CSR over there. Don't make it very disproportionate. Now, within the G20 mandate, if you see, green growth development, the red ones, accelerating progress on SDGs and especially women-led development. I can see a lot of women leaders here. Women-led development is being given a lot of primacy. And it has to be kept in mind that if corporates who want to align with the government mandate and if there is a recommendation or an advisory from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, I would advise corporates here that as a matter of strategy, as a matter of business strategy, whether it is just for the Northeast or it is for their overall operations, they need to keep an ear on the ground, but also an eye on the ministry, which is the controlling ministry. Now, if you see, CSR can play a very, very catalyzing role. If you want to invest in business, if CSR goes in first, you have better relationships with the government machinery, you have better connects with the community, and the stakeholders all come together on the same platform. So what I'm trying to present here, and I met the secretary at the M Donor Ministry about a week ago, and then the joint secretary as well, and I'm so thankful that they've given me an opportunity to speak here, because when the law began 10 years ago, and I was fortunate enough to be a part of that team in the ministry, the clear intent was that CSR fund is not absolute money. It has to be used catalytically. It has to be used to catalyze development in that area. Now, when I go ahead and I see the list of activities which are permitted under Schedule 7, the list of activities which are permitted activities under Schedule 7 are also matching those activities which the ministry is talking about. And I heard the secretary and the joint secretary talk about the various areas where the Ministry of Donor is trying to promote business investment. So if I'm a business investor, if I'm a corporate guy, and I want to develop a strategy, a vision plan, I would like to see that can my CSR with its permitted activities like health, if you see number 1, number 2, promoting education, number 3, gender, number 4, environment, number 5, protection of national heritage and culture, etc. There is a clear overlap between CSR and what the ministry is encouraging business to do. So what is the message over here? The message is that if I want my business to grow, I want to make some strategic investments. And a good, wise strategic investment could be to go with your CSR first in the Northeast and then bring your business in over there. The moment you do that, you will find that the entire system becomes much more engaging with you. Now, what we have done over here is to present some insights. If you see, about 1.27 lakhs crore is the total money that has been spent on CSR from 1st April 2014 till 31st March 2021. Out of this, 1798 CR on the top right is what has come to the Northeast, which is about 1.4%. The ministry newsletter that I just shared with you says that in one of those years, which is the year 2021, it was only 0.9%. So on an average, it is only 1.4%, with Assam getting about 80% of that, and Mizoram, very little amount, 0.2%, 0.28%. So the Mizoram team which is here will maybe have to more proactively, promote their businesses and also take their CSR thought process with them. If I look at sector-wise, if I look at health, eradicating hunger, poverty and malnutrition, safe drinking water, sanitation, the total amount spent in these 8-9 years is 25,274 crores. Out of that, only 550 crores has been spent in the Northeast, which is just 2.1% that you see on the red. Only 2.1% of the CSR allocation in these key areas of health, hunger, poverty, malnutrition, etc. is coming into through CSR to the Northeast. If I see education, differently abled and livelihoods in the Northeast, 32,095 crores is the money that has been spent from 2014 to 21. Out of that, only 845 crores have come to the Northeast, and which is about 2.6%. So you see that the percentage of total spending in the country and what is going into the Northeast is very, very minuscule. This is very alarming because, as I'm hearing from my earlier speaker, there is so much of potential for business, and there is so much of alignment between business and CSR, and also sustainable development goals. And I'm sure a lot of corporates who are here are also doing ESG reporting. ESG reporting is now becoming more and more relevant. If I see environment, animal welfare, conservation of resources in the Northeast, 6,183 crores have been spent from 2014 to 21. Only 111 crore, 111 crores have come to the Northeast, which is only 1.8%. So improving agriculture, environment. So if you see in all of these earlier ones, if you see the bottom right, these are key mandate areas where the ministry is wanting corporates to come forward. And if I look at gender equality, women empowerment, old age homes, reducing inequalities, etc., around 2,397 crores has been spent. Out of this, only 55 crores have come to the Northeast, and which is 2.3%. Now, sports. Sports is a major area in the Northeast. I think I heard the Joint Secretary mention about sports, and we know so many legends of sports coming from the Northeast like Manipur. Just look at only 2.8%. Now you're talking about winning more gold medals at Paris, which is the next Olympics. But look at the kind of investment on CSR which is going there, where you have the talent. So if you are business people, you are seeing the talent and you want the country to achieve something, why are we not putting our money over there in CSR? That is a fallacy, and one needs to really wake up on this. If I see within this pie of 1.4% average, which I've said, broadly, if you see, 47% is broadly going into the areas like education, differently abled livelihoods, encouraging sports. So if you see some of these areas, this money distribution in sectors account for 1.4%. Only 10% of the total CSR in the Northeast has gone towards sports, environment, and women's. So this chart shows that whatever money has gone to the Northeast, where is it going across the sectors? Major chunk of the investment is going to human resources and education and livelihood, which is good, and we must push for that. But if you see the bottom left, only 10% is going towards sports. Out of the little money that is going, very little is going into sports and human development in that sense. Now, what does all of this data tell us? All of this data is, if you see from the bottom of the page, at the bottom left, this is entirely sourced from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This is basis the MCA 21 filings that the corporates do, that all of you who are here must be filing. What is the role now that the ministry is trying to play, the Ministry of Donor? And that's why I'm so happy that they gave me an opportunity, because I work very closely with corporates. I'm working with corporates like ONGC, which have huge interest in the Northeast, and they would be more than willing to come forward, I am sure. I'm also working with the HCL Tech, the HCL Foundation, and in fact the IDAN team is one of the beneficiaries there. We've done capacity building for them. India Infoline Foundation, they are very eager to start a project on skill development in Tezu in Arunachal Pradesh. I'm already in touch with Gitima over here. My thanks to her team. When I went to Shillong in Meghalaya, IBM is very keen to come forward, and the projects are about to roll out. So the big corporates who are understanding this game are wanting to play it in a very strategic as well as tactical manner. Now, I'm just listing and summarizing a few points over here, that direct interface with concerned governments. I think it is a forum like this which is so relevant. Capacity building of NGOs is a key requirement. I travel across the country, and in fact in the last 6 weeks I've traveled to about 8 to 12 cities, right from north, east, south to central India, and met about 2,500 NGOs as part of my work. Capacity building is a major lacking area, and we have to prepare them. So in fact, my request to the ministry here also and to Invest India is that strengthening NGOs in terms of CSR compliances and project impact is very important. It is also important that we develop a shelf of CSR projects, because if a corporate wants to go but the NGOs are not ready, I think the IDAN people, when they speak next after me, they will share their experience. I think they have been early movers in this regard, and they are having some good experiences on CSR to share. Assisting NGOs to develop a business case for their corporate CSR partners. Also, we have to teach the NGOs in the Northeast, because if you do good CSR project, the brand grows. If the brand grows, the business also grows as a corollary. Also aligning CSR outcomes to achieving SDGs for corporate as part of their ESG strategy. So somewhere I would request all the stakeholders here that when we are looking at the Northeast, we have to see the kind of engagement models that we can create. We have to capacity build the NGOs, and CSR partnerships, if they get engineered, they will lead to the development of a conducive business and investment environment. Strategically, lot of big business. In fact, I was there when in Meghalaya last year. Somebody from the Reliance Foundation, the chairman's office was there. So a lot of corporates are sending their representatives to the Northeast to scout as to how fertile the land is for CSR investment, because that for them becomes a testing ground for business investment to come in. So my request to all who are here is this, that if we are able to very closely understand this dynamics, we would appreciate that if we want the Northeast to grow and if we want our businesses to grow, Northeast is a great place. And to begin there, if I begin my venture there through CSR by testing the waters, by creating my engagement with government, with civil society, because the same government and the same civil society will also be the consumers of your goods and services as you want to expand your businesses. The circular or the newsletter from the ministry which has come out today, I would request the FICCI team to share it with all of you. I did share it over here. This is, if you go to the MCA website, you can download this newsletter. I foresee that all the companies who are here, that you may very soon get a letter or maybe a circular or maybe a gazette notification from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs mentioning and stating that you please prioritize these areas where money needs to grow and needs to go in terms of CSR spending. So it may be wise for all of us to be a little ahead of the curve, and I think roadshows like this prepare us for that.
Thank you, Mr. Pant, for the wonderful presentation on the CSR opportunities that the Northeast has to offer. And thank you also for sticking to the time. I think that's very important, because we have a number of B2G meetings lined up after this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Pant mentioned, we have the IDAN team, the Investment Development Authority of Nagaland. They have had a lot of experience in terms of CSR investments and other investments in the state of Nagaland, and they would like to share their experience with all of us. May I invite the IDAN representatives to come and make a quick presentation, please.
Like our previous speaker has mentioned, our state, we were unable to attract much of the CSR spendings in our state. So when we were researching into the CSR activities in our state, we realized that it was so haphazard, and there was no uniformity in its implementation. And moreover, when we started reviewing the spendings of CSR in our state in FY 2020-21, we found out that our state, we received only 8 crore spending on CSR. So we started to have a thought process on what we should do